Howdy, all of you delicious people. I'm here today to review Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 1, Episodes 52 through 60. Finishing up this Season 1 and going on and giving my personal perspective of what I feel are the best story arcing / episodes within this Season 1. And then also going on and stating who I feel is the best and worst Ranger of the season. Even maybe talking about mentors of who could be the best mentor of this season, because maybe it might not be quite all that obvious. Or maybe even also who could be the best leader for this team, surprisingly. And also just kind of go on and just talk about these episodes, break them down, and get this done. Because it's been a while since I've gone on and talked about Power Rangers, and I've obviously missed it. And really, I wanted to go on and continue to get back on the path of Power Rangers, but like at some point I will probably have to have some gap of time when talking about Power Rangers, because I think too much of Power Rangers is not a good thing. Just being brutally honest. So there is obviously some time away that I need for Power Rangers, and then also it'll all depend on the view count of per episode to episode. So if these end up doing well, then I'll keep coming back to them at some certain recent point, I hope. When I'm to go on and eventually go, hopefully, into Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2, I am to hope that I'm going to do, specifically for that season, a individual top 10 episode list, or story arcing episode list. And I will do that individually for that season. And then once the season is over, I will go on and figure out what is the best episodes per Mighty Morphin so far, and do another kind of list of that, adjusting and seeing which episodes are good or not. So, with that said, let's go on and let's get into what, of course, is to be the top 10 list of episodes for this entire season. And then that'll go on and tell you how I feel about these episodes also. So with that said, I feel that number 1 is going to be way less shocking than I think number 10 will be. So I think I need to go on and kind of do number 1 first, and then 10 last, because it'll make more sense that way. But honestly, there's also going to be a honorable mention, which I will go on and state now. The honorable mention is actually Trick or Treat. I loved Pumpkin Rapper. He's a great villain. And also, I love Halloween episodes, so I will probably sabotage this list with a good Halloween episode, but this is to not be quite that. We have the whole game show angle that goes into this episode, which I'm like, okay, this feels like filler, and like the game show just feels like nonsense to me. But it's kind of fun. I really like the fact that both Skull and Kimberly are together here, because I feel that they are a good combination working together, as well as also Billy and Kimberly are a really good combination as well. They put together really good episodes, I feel. So, as well as also just Amy Jo Johnson just putting together just really good episodes, whether she's solo by herself or just team working with other people, which makes her a really good actress, but maybe not the best Ranger. Because I have to go on and give a mystery of who the worst Ranger is, but it obviously won't be Kimberly. It won't be, for obvious reasons. So, let's go on and let's talk about the number 1 slot here. Obviously, Green with Evil. Green with Evil, that's not a shocker to say that it's one of the better story arcs, even though eventually it drags effing on and on. And it's all about, like, man, we need to go on and find this person and find these people. Where is frickin' Waldo? Oh my god, this story arc. But it has an evil Green Ranger. it has stuff that feels so simple and yet so effective. And that's what makes Room with Evil the bestest ever. And then Green Candle, of course, is to be a good story. And I think it tries to go on and figures out ways to make a better or close to Green Ranger story. And then, of course, we also get the next episode, which is to be on Fins and Needles, which is to be one of the episodes talking about within this bit of stories here. It's a really good Jason and Tommy episode. Jason and Tommy consistently have their eyes flash blue here, so I'm like, wow, their eyes aren't flashing red in this episode. What a change of pace. That right there should just make this episode the bestest ever. No, that's not the reason. Um, this episode has, I feel, out of this season, one of the better monsters. It's really fun and really cool to just see these rangers just chasing after this fin underneath the ground, as well as also forcing Jason and Tommy to work together, which either one of them could go on and be uh, a good leader? Question mark? Because logically, I have to go on and say, within the actual grading of these rangers, that could be a way different opinion. But maybe someday they'll be good. Maybe someday they'll be good, but not today. Or maybe not ever. So, then of course we end up getting to the next episode, which is A Bad Reflection on You, which is a really good mirror match episode, and also legitimately has a mirror monster. Better than the Mutiny episode that just has Commander Crayfish, a red lobster monster that really is to say, like, well, since we don't actually have a red ranger as an evil doppelganger, we have to go on and have this red lobster. So, yeah, that's good enough for you, hey, right? Even though it's a crayfish, Commander Crayfish, I get it, but it's a lobster basically. And it's red, or it's pretty close to it. So, A Bad Reflection on You, I was so happy that this episode existed. Because I biasly like this kind of episode. But it probably, to a lot of people, may not go on and be in their top 10, or may not go on and be what they feel is to be a good episode, just because they don't like they don't like enough of the mirror idea. So it's very biased on me that I like this episode so much. And then of course we get I Guy, the episode where Willie is to be screamed, and I giggle and like, yeah, I'm a child. I'm such a child. We get the VR episode, the state fair thing going on here, or the science fair thing, not state fair, science fair, and really this is just to be a fun episode. It has a monster that seems to be harder to beat. They have to figure out the weakness of it, and that's where I can go on and like this episode. Food Fight, I feel, is just a really good introduction to Power Rangers episode, which I feel that's what this list should really go on and actually be. And Food Fight is to go on and be an episode that deals with Pudgy Pig. Again, monster that the Rangers have to strategize and try to figure out how to beat. So again, that makes for a really good episode with a very iconic monster. Then, of course, we go on and we get into Pressing Engagement, which is a really good Jason episode, even though, for honestly, there are very few and far between actually good Jason episodes. You probably figure out where I'm going to go on it and go from best to worst as far as Rangers is concerned. But logically, uh, I need to be as honest as I personally can, and tell you the truth about how I feel about all this, and therapeutically get this all out. Next, Oh, and also the pressing engagement deals with Jason trying to nail that bench press record. That's all I remember about this episode. And also, like, when Zach and Kimberly, like, stumble and fumble around Jason while he's trying to get this bench press record, that's what makes for a really fun, like, man, this is one of the good episodes I felt out of the number of episodes that were to be around it. It just stuck out to me. And as well as also, I like episodes where Power Rangers are to work out. Seeing Tommy at some point bench press in one of these episodes, I'm like, all right, good. Like, we're seeing the Rangers actually exercise. It makes sense that they should actually be doing this more so than ever. Because these people should be at the peak of fitness, as well as also needed to fight all the time. But anyways, we get the Power Rangers Punks episode, which is to have Kimberly and Billy turn evil, technically, but they end up turning into punks. This is the Terratoad episode, which I think is one of the better monsters, I feel, in my opinion. Even though it's very goofy and very weird, but there are a lot worse monsters. There's a lot worse monsters than Terratoad. And Terratoad makes us give the illusion that the Rangers might lose in this episode. There is a lot of stress going into this episode, far so more so easily than the Green Ranger episodes. And there is so much going on in those episodes to where you're just like, man, are they going to get everything that they need to do to figure out a long game way to win? But anyways, because we see, like, in this Terratoad episode, a lot of stumbling and fumbling, and mistakes were made that day. They really were. And then lastly, we have the Gung Ho episode that surprisingly is still on this list. I didn't think it was going to make it on here. I thought it was going to end up getting replaced. But surprisingly, it's just a really good Tommy and Jason episode that actually goes on to have Tommy give up his shield to Jason, and Jason gives Tommy his sword. And that actually is the one time that I'm really actually seeing beyond when Jason finally is to give in to work with Tommy, how he is to actually be a good team working person, because he is so, and I mean so, self absorbed. This guy goes on and fights by himself, and he is the leader. He is the leader here. So let's go on and let's do Best Ranger, Worst Ranger. And you could probably figure out where I'm going with this list. So, Best Ranger, I feel overall, is surprisingly Trini. This Ranger is the most, out of everyone, the best balanced Ranger. She, more so than any other, is to sacrifice herself to protect others. More so than just a civilian. Like, she goes on and is to protect her team and sacrifice herself so that way others can go on and call for help. And that makes Trini alone the best Ranger. And also, a lot of her solo episodes are just decent, and they should be better. She deserves better for how good she is. For how not only she is to go on and learn combat from Jason, but then turns around and gets private lessons to become better at combat, makes her good, makes her great, makes her the best. And then Trini, not only when she is not morphed, is consistently trying to save the planet from pollution, that this is just the best combination of a person. and how we had gone on to lose her so early in the show is so irksome, because this character could also be a really good leader somewhere down the road. And she honestly is at some point in this show. She is guiding Jason in the praying mantis episode. She is going on and at some points going and telling people in the Megazord what to frickin' do at some points. She is a really good leader character. And she is doing that even so better than Jason is, because Jason, again, is so self-absorbed, where Trini is nowhere near that. But then also, Trini is really good at like being best at times, but then also you forget that she's there. She blends in so well. So she's a good team player, as well as also she's good individually. So Trini is the best because of all of those things. Billy is second next to Trini. If you actually gave Billy prep time, he would be better than Alpha and Zordon as far as a mentor is to be concerned. And Billy, as far as a mentor goes, probably is a freaking goat. We have at some points where Billy is to go on, even in these episodes, and figure out the weakness of the monster. So that makes Billy to have us ask, like, what do we need Alpha and Zordon for? What do we really need Alpha and Zordon for? Besides them going on and telling us when the villainous threat is going to happen, and then Zordon at some points goes on and tells the Rangers of the weakness when they can't quite figure it out because they are so lazy, I feel, that they need to go on and ask Zordon how to beat the monster this day because they're lazy. Or because clearly they just don't know how to beat the monster because they don't know about something inside the monster to be able to beat it, which Zordon has to consistently tell a certain person about how to go on and do this said thing, which he clearly ignores. Frickin' Doomsday. Yeah. Billy goes on and actually takes Zordon's advice and is to not only have a fear of fish, but then also is to be under a spell, and he still conquers his own worst fear. Even so worse than Trini consistently having to fight her fears all the goddamn time. Within the show, it seems, more so than others. And I'm sure fear of heights, she's probably dealing with that all the time, which makes her an even better ranger for probably having to deal with that all the goddamn time. But again, she goes on and thinks of others, like Billy, and faces her fear. We then go on, and then after that, have Tommy, Kimberly, Zach, and Jason. Jason is the worst ranger, and he's the leader, but he's the worst. Jason has, I feel, the worst solo episodes. Jason is so self-absorbed that he completely ignores what Zordon is to go on and tell him in Doomsday and do what the F he wants. Tommy has to go on and remind Jason to work as a team because Jason forgets. If I am to go on and go into a battle led by Jason, I fear that I'm going to frickin' die. So I am not going on and wanting to work with Jason because I fear my death when going into battle. Led by a guy who doesn't really lead his team enough. This guy does not communicate with his team enough. People are coming up with strategies of how to beat this monster instead of Jason. Jason all Jason does is call for the Zords, state when they need more power, when there obviously is none all of the time. Immediately when they get in the Zords, yeah, we have no power in the Zord, but we have to keep fighting anyways. So stupid, so annoying. And then also, like, Jason fights more alone than with his team. And then at some points we have like the Terratoad episode where Zach ends up getting attacked and taken, whereas all Jason could have turned to do is turn to Zach and say, hey, maybe we should duck here, because this monster is coming at us with this tongue. Let's duck. And Zach would not have gotten taken. But of course, Zach got taken. Jason does not go on and do much of anything besides teaching people how to do karate. And he rarely goes on and at some points helps out with characters like Trini with the whole pollution thing. He could not be bothered. At some points, he has to go on and be more focused about getting a date than he is to actually be uh, doing anything else. Just like Zach. But Zach does it a lot worse than he does. But again, if I'm to be around Jason, I would probably poison this guy or injure him just so I can get him off the table to have someone else become a leader in this team so I can have a feel of relief when I go into battle, which is sad. And I like Austin St. John, believe me, I do. But the character that he portrays is not good currently at this point of the show, because we may have more to go here with Jason existing. But let's go on and probably talk about the peace conference. Yeah. But anyways, and sadly we end up losing Trini because of that effing nonsense. So Tommy, the reason why he's third on this list here, and then we get Kimberly afterwards. Tommy is to go on and be one of the OP Rangers. You put him against a team of putties, you put him against a monster, and he will more than likely win by himself. So what does he need a team for? It's like the Star Trek movie where Kirk ends up asking, like, what does God need with a starship? What does Tommy need with the team? He has his own Zord. He can beat a gang of putties. He can beat a monster. What does he need a team for? Why does he need to even be a part of this team? And if anything, also, he is one of the more selfless people. That is to go on and give up his shield and his weapon and even his powers to help out this team, because that's what Tommy believes. And that is the change that Tommy is to go into from being evil to then being the most selfless ranger in this team. The only problem with Tommy is you don't know what Tommy you're getting via this episode. Is he going to be evil? Is he going to be a ranger that doesn't think well with his brain? Obviously, he's having early stages of Alzheimer's in an episode. He is going on and not being good at football. This guy is to go on and have a problem with focusing. Obviously, that is to be a big, massive problem with Tommy, and that can make him dangerous. But man, if Tommy is to actually use his brain in some parts of this, he becomes a lot better ranger. If Tommy was smarter, he would be the bestest ever. That's when you would go on and hope that when he becomes a mentor later on, that is when he is the guy that you are going to like rely on to win you this day, because this guy is an expert. This guy is to be the most like peak of his ability and brain and whatever. Whereas right now, you don't know what you're getting with Tommy. You have no idea. You don't even know if he's going to have enough juice to stay morphed. So, again, you would be concerned with Tommy that if you're going into battle with him, that you may die. So, I don't know if I would go on and actually trust Tommy. I just wouldn't. But he is the most OP Ranger when he is morphing out there. As well as also him going on and helping out Kimberly and other Rangers while he's not morphed. Again, not thinking of himself. So, bravo for Tommy for consistently being that kind of Ranger. So, Kimberly. Kimberly at points is to really just try to lend herself on the coattails of Trini when that pollution stuff happens. Kimberly has really good solo episodes, which makes her a better Ranger because not only is she good solo, but then she's good working with the team. But she's probably better solo. She can go on and take out a monster all by herself with a frickin' bow. And, like, what do you need a team for? What do you need a team for? Just send Kimberly out there and she'll figure out a way to just beat the monster. What do you need to send everyone else out? She'll just beat the monster by herself. It's great. And then also, like, Kimberly, as far as Amy Jo Johnson is concerned, is one of the, like, just the standout characters. And obviously I can understand why all the women and men and probably goats out there were very infatuated with this character and thought that she was attractive or good looking or whatever. Because she stands out. Even though, in all honesty, her fighting skill is to be more to be desired. Because it's the same old nonsense throughout every single episode. She cannot have anything in her freaking arsenal that is to be different from pilot to season finale. And that is to be like, watching her is like, why? Why would I watch her fight? I am not seeing anything different enough with this Ranger. And that's surprising because I feel that they have to just hide her in the shadows when they fight because of how uninteresting she is, in all honesty. But that is to not be Amy Jo Johnson's fault. That's to just be like, well, like, they didn't improve Kimberly. She is the least improved character. She really is. But she beats Rangers by herself, or beats monsters by herself. So she can go on and even beat Rangers by herself. But anyways, Kimberly goes on and does a lot of helping out of young girls, and that's what I can go on and also love about this character is she's trying to go on and guide like her own gender to become better. And that's what I can go on and like about Kimberly. Zach. Why is Zach so low here? Because he's probably, I think, one of the better morphed Rangers. Because at some point, like, Zach can be like the guide of helping us figure things out through fighting. Zach can go on and become like a good strategist, which not a lot of the other Rangers besides Billy go on and do much of that. Zach is to go on and try and face off against monsters all on his own and seemingly is successful. why is Zach so low here? Well, Zach really does nothing that isn't going to be for his own benefit most of the time. And that is to be a detriment to this character. He is to be going on in these episodes and focus so much so on getting into Angela's pants that nothing else matters. And that is to be dangerous, even to the point of Zach wanting to almost give up his secret identity so Angela knows it, so he can go on and get with Angela. They have to go on and focus so much so by the tail end of this episode where Zach is getting with Angela that I'm like, I love that. Good for Zach. But again, I'm just like, man, like so much about that feels so much like filler in this show. Because I always think that the dating episodes are so awkward. As well as also, like, Zach has to work so effing hard to get to Angela. And it doesn't feel worth it to me. To where this guy has to work and freaking chip away at this girl so effing hard. You would think that like Zach would have just been like, well, hey, I'm going to be focusing on becoming a better ranger instead of chasing skirts. And he is to go on and say that he is the bestest ever at getting skirts, which this guy never gets dates. So what just a lie that is. He's convincing himself he is so good at it, which he is not at all. So I don't know if I can go on and absolutely trust Zach when he is not on the field. I can trust Zach when he's on the field. I can trust Zach if he is to lead me in battle that we are going to win this day. But I just think that Zach is such a shady character off of it, to where I would just not want to be around Zach. And that's weird because this team of people should be around one another all the goddamn time. And also, like, Zach doesn't really use his hip hop keto when he's morphed, obviously. So that ruins the character in my eyes. As well as also, when we're really just seeing Zach use his hip hop keto, I'm like, okay, the fighting is flashy, it's good, but I'm like, okay, like, how is Zach gonna go on and grow and learn things and become better with his hip hop keto that feels just very, very rare and very like, how is he going to expand upon that? Who is he going to learn to that also knows better hip hop keto? So he's going to become a better, well rounded ranger. Excuse me, as far as fighting is concerned. I just don't think that that's going to happen. But I guess since he is in Once and Always, he is to go on and just figure out a way to continue to live as a ranger. But also, this team altogether, I am surprised that they have lived this long within this season. You would think that this team would be dead. This team does not go on and have me not think that it is just luck that this team has been successful. Because so many other times in so many other seasons, the Ranger team would go on and be able to beat the monster themselves, or to go on and not have to rely on their mentors so often. How we have to consistently go on and have the Rangers go to the command center to find out that a monster exists and to find out that uh, what the weakness of the monster is because they can't figure out themselves, and how while Zordon and Alpha are unoperational or not there, how this team is just like, well, I guess this is the fate of the Rangers. We're gonna die. Is this the end? And I'm like, really? Come on, team. Like, freaking outnumber this evil ranger and beat him. Divide and conquer, god dang it, because how is it that this team is to not think of that whatsoever through any part of this show? Gung Ho is a good episode because the Rangers divide and conquer. If this team divided and conquered a lot more, they, I feel, would never have anything to struggle. They could have won a lot goddamn more. How Zordon and Alpha take forever to decide to give these Rangers better weapons, weapons in general, or new flashy Titanus Zord, whatever that goofy thing is. How really, like, these Rangers have to go on and go into battle mode for so long, or separate the Zords for so long, and then Megazord it up, when really all it's going to take is for them to get, like, the Mega Sword or Power Sword, whatever it's called this freaking week, because that's, again, the thing where I hate Jason about, is because most of these episodes he ends up finally just calling it Power Sword. Thank God that I don't have a gripe about that these episodes. Oh man, that is such a relief to not have to gripe about that, but I'm griping about it anyways. Whew. But yeah, let me pause here for just 1 second. Alright, so my final thoughts on this team is you're going to be paranoid the whole entire time. You're going to be sleeping with one eye open, literally, because you really will have at some point where monsters are going to come in and try to steal stuff from you. Or need to try to give you some spell or something. So you're never going to sleep. You're going on and you're needing to not only go to school, which is freaking awful, but on top of that, you're also going to have to work at the youth center that logically is to be you volunteering for you to work at the youth center, even though half the time Ernie gives up things on the house for free. So it depends on whatever just amazing deal you get that day. You're volunteering your service at the youth center, and you're not getting paid for any of this, so why bother doing it? Besides going on and helping and mentoring people, and probably having a resume that you've gone on and done this, if you're eventually going to have a job experience thing one day, I guess that's good for that. To have Ernie eventually go on and give you a letter of recommendation for what, when, I don't know, but you'll have it at least. But other than that, yeah. Really, this is not the best Power Rangers team. This is not the best Power Rangers team, in my opinion. And it's probably to state that Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, this team is right now very mid. Very mid as far as the tier list is to go on and be concerned. So with that said, let's go on and let's break down these episodes. Let's talk about these episodes. Let's logically do what we are actually meant to do, which is to actually talk about these episodes, and then go on and break them down, because this video is probably going to take far too freaking long anyways. So with that said, when we actually get to the full-on breakdown of these episodes, I'm not going to go on and do from second to second notes like I've been doing. I'm trying to avoid that. And then also, I'm trying to get this video done way quicker than I have in the past, so I hope to accomplish that. But then again, also with all the stuff that I rambled on about, this video is probably going to take forever anyways. So let's go on and let's talk about these episodes. So, two heads are better than one. This is the episode where Tommy and Jason are doing the mother's self-defense class, and from what they go on and talk about there, Rita comes up with the idea of like, well, hey, two heads are better than one, so how about I make a two-headed monster? And so this leads a monster that the Rangers are forced to strategize and figure out how to beat it. But even the weakness that this monster has, the weakness is not good enough, or the weakness isn't exploited for very long, and then it just becomes a normal Power Rangers episode. So like the whole weakness thing, I think, was just to eat up time for them to go on and have Tommy run around to have something to do. Foul play. So we get back-to-back Bird episodes, and within this episode, we have Zach that is being a magician to try to get with Angela, as well as also Zach is to go on and make strategy for him up here, as Zach is to try and figure out how to beat this Woody Woodpecker monster this week, and good for him. But then again, this guy is so self-absorbed, and he has to make himself look so cool in this episode that brownie points are taken away from Zach this day. But I like the monster visually. I like how like he's like flying in, and there's stuff about this episode that I'm like, all right, this is some entertaining bit of episode, as well as also it being having Zach being so focused on getting to Angela, and hopefully by the tail end of the season it works out, because of course it probably will. So Trick or Treat, good fun episode. Halloween episodes would be one of my favorites. I think the White Ranger Halloween episode where he's fighting against like the gravestone and a bunch of other monsters, that's a better Halloween episode. But this one, like, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's goofy, it's fun, and I enjoy it. But again, there's a lot of filler with that whole game show thing, and we even have a host called Monty Conti, and I'm like, okay, whatever that means. And we have Kimberly who's going on and trying to become this TV star and trying to win this car for reasons that we don't quite understand why, because she can teleport. What does Kimberly need a car for? She has Billy with the rad bug. What does she need a car for? What does God need with a starship? Good God, Kimberly. If Kimberly needs a ride that bad, she can be like, hey, Billy, can I use the rad bug? And I'm sure Billy would be like, sure, I have nothing to do with it right now, because we don't need to go to the command center for any reason, because we can teleport in these episodes. There isn't a problem with the command center in this episode, or Zordon or Alpha is to be incapacitated or whatever. So we can not have to use the rad bug through these episodes. I was shocked how that doesn't happen. Second Chance is to be a soccer episode, and here's where we start to get to the sports episodes, because it's freaking lazy. Lazy writing, a bunch of sports episodes all just smacked together. And so we get this soccer one first. So we have Zach, we have Jason, who's teaching this kid Roger how to become a better soccer player, and this kid goes from zero to hero in this one episode. It makes no sense. But it is really good that within this episode, we have the monster that plays into the theme of the episode, which is a armadillo that turns into a ball, and the putties have to smack it around, and then the armadillo just starts floating in the air, trying to hit the Rangers. And it's weird and goofy fun, and I enjoy it. Uh, but also, I'm just like, well, this is just a sports themed episode, and it's just kind of like, blah. Like, it's just quality wise not that good because there's so much filler going into, okay, we just need this new person that people will forget after this episode is over that will need to learn this sport that will be meaningless after this episode is over. I would love it if we had gone on and, like Tommy, had the Rangers learn sports, because at least that would go on and be more beneficial than just some rando character that just comes in and is to be like the person that we have to care about via this episode, even though we logically do not give a rip about Roger being better at soccer. Even though Roger technically is the target audience and he is who we should care about, but I just don't. I don't. On Fins and Needles, Tommy and Jason episode, they end up getting the touching of this boomerang, which then turns them against one another. So much so that Zordon is to force the two of them to face off against this slippery shark and force them into working together, which we get a freaking bullheaded Jason to be like, well, I guess I should actually be working as a team right now, because heaven forbid I do any other time want to accomplish said goal and have to be reminded by Tommy to work with others, because I am not a work with others guy whatsoever in this show. So, or I feel not a work with others enough. But I'm sure people can go on and give me a plethora of examples of that actually happening. But anyways, but I'm sure people will be like, no, like Jason, he does the call, like he tells the people to morph. It's not a leader to me. It's really not a leader. That's just like leader by default. It's really just a leader by default because no one else is saying it. So I guess Jason does. That doesn't make him better in any way. Uh, Enter the Lizardnator. We have a monster that lifts cars, sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and is really goofy and entertaining. That's all I want to go on and talk about in this episode. And then so we then have the football season where Tommy sucks at football, and I can find that relatable. But Tommy sucks at being football because, bizarrely, he's taking everything that he's ever learned from karate and trying to figure out how it works in football, and that is just dumb. Seeing a dummy and wanting to kick it instead of tackle it, that just doesn't make any sense. How you can't go on and have tackling be used in like common combat stuff, like how can you not see how like wrestlers all the time spear people? That's a tackle. That's a combative move. How is it that Tommy is just like, when it comes to tackling, it just baffles me. As well as also, here's where we start to get where, like, Tommy is to be forgetful and have early stages of Alzheimer's to where he is to not remember things. And that is a slippery slope of man there. That is to be a scary guy. But then, of course, we get the Mighty Morphin mutants, where we have the doppelgangers coming in, and first they do a little dance, make a little love with Kimberly and Tommy here, and then we get a good story with Goldar training the putties on how to become better at combat. And number 6 will go on and lose that ability to become a eval ranger with the weird goofy badges of darkness or whatever it's freaking called. So we get a really entertaining show because it's a mirror match going on here. And so much so that the monsters are to also go on and have their own Mega Blaster. Really entertaining. So it's a duel of Mega Blasters. And we also have Zordon and Alpha Force to give the Rangers new weapons, even though they are the exact freaking same weapons, but they're just like, they're more powerful. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. They're not the same, but they are. Do they have a different color scheme? Are they bigger, fatter, weirder, goofier? No, they're the exact freaking same. But hey, go out there and just placebo think that they're stronger or better or whatever when they're really not. Then of course we have the oyster stew episode that is to be again a Zach focused episode of him trying to get with Angela and him also teaming up with Tommy. Zach ends up to be given the dragon shield, even though Tommy could have also have used it just as well. And then also, considering Tommy's powers are waning, shouldn't he have kept the shield? But that's just me. But that's also how selfless Tommy is, that he is to give away his shield so easily, even though he should not have. This oyster monster is just freaking weird. How he goes on and sprays his goo. I am to just be like, wow, that is just so inappropriate, and no one caught on. No one caught on about how inappropriate that is. But now, as adults, we can go on and look at that and laugh at that a lot more. Then, of course, we can when we were child and better understand maybe what secretly the people of the show were doing without us having to think about it because we were childs. So, with that said, let's go on and let's break down these episodes. Let's get into full-on spoilers about them. And also realize that I couldn't have been bothered to do notes from second to second what all happens in this show. So I'm going to do my best to just figure out ways to talk about these episodes. As well as also, I tried to do this review, and then I started to get really tired before. So I needed time to rest and take a nap and take some sleep. And then go into this fresher. So hopefully my memory is to be as good as what it was when I was trying to go on and talk about these episodes before. So with that said, let's go into spoiler time. It's about that time again to spoil these episodes. I even messed up my weird, goofy spoiler song and dance, but regardless, let's get into this anyways. So, two heads are better than one. It's monsters that sound like Lord Zed. I don't know if that was the scheme all along to just continue to have Zed voice all these monsters. To where they're just like, dude, he just needs to just be a character in the show for how often we just have him voice monsters. It seems also that quite often Jason Narvi is to do the voiceover of a a lot of these monsters because that's what it sounds like. And I want to just kind of see if that is the truth. Um, Evidently, weirdly, Slippery Shark is voiced by two people. Um, Trying to see here. Not quite sure who the Pexer is voiced by, but like it doesn't seem that Jason Narvey like voices any number of these monsters, but it sounded like him. It's very weird. Anyways, so let's go on and get into this first episode. So at the youth center today is the women's self-defense class, but bizarrely, they had gone on to choose every single one of these people who were all mothers. They find their mothers. So Tommy and Jason are putting up this self-defense class, and they're doing these wrestling kind of techniques where like Tommy is coming up from behind Jason, and then Jason has to go on and kind of disarm Tommy here. And we have Jason and Tommy going on and telling the group that they need to go on and shout that they're in danger and scream and whatever. And also that working alongside a person while going through the dark alleys of streets, grouping up together is better than going out alone, is what I wanted to say here. And so they bring in these two mothers, and we have them face off against Jason and Tommy, and they say, yeah, um, like this is so much better uh, than one mother getting overpowered by two people. Now, like, either two mothers can go up against one guy, or two mothers can go up against two men and fight them off. So they end up saying that two heads are better than one. And so Rita takes that idea and takes that to Fencer. It's like, well, hey, yeah, like we should go on and have a two-headed monster because it'll be twice as smart and maybe it'll be twice as dangerous. So Finster ends up coming up with the idea of the two-headed parrot. So it's like, all right, cool, we have a parrot monster. How is that gonna kind of wheelhouse into our jokes? And I think the only good joke about the bird through this entire episode that lingers to me is when Kimberly is in the Zord and she says, "Polly want a Megazord?" That was the funniest thing. I think we kind of forget that this monster is to be a bird in this episode, and we don't have enough bird puns. Or I felt like the bird puns weren't good enough for me to really remember any of them. So Tommy and Jason, after their class, are to go on and sip a little bit of shake or juice, whatever it really is, and come to find out, Ernie has made some new concoctions of exotic fruits because this guy has nothing better to do. That he's going on and trying to find unique fruits that are to be nearby to come up with better juices. So good for Ernie. Love that about him. Even though, again, it's like, how much is this costing him? How much money is it that he's burning to find these things? Yeah, like, it makes no sense. So, Bulk and Skull, ever the guys that are to try to get into whatever the Rangers are doing this week, Bulk and Skull are wanting to go on and get into the self-defense class. Strange, because Bulk and Skull are to be two who feel that they have better martial arts skill than any of the other Rangers. So it's like, okay, why are they wanting to be a part of this self-defense class? Come to find out, the only reason why they want to be a part of the self-defense class is to get babes, to get the mothers. They want some of that mother. They want some of the mother. So Bulk and Skull are relenting to be like, okay, Jason and Tommy, we want to be in your class. And Jason's like, oh, heck no. No. And Tommy turns to Jason's like, no, maybe we can go on and use them. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And Jason's like, okay, yeah, right. Uh-huh. Yeah, Bulk and Skull, come to our class. Because we're just going to use you as a tackling dummy. And you're going to realize what a regret this is, that you're going to want to be part of this class. And then also, you're not going to get any of the babes. You're not going to get these women. Bulk and Skull, like, I feel so bad for them because these guys should be getting gals. They should, logically. Like, they're not Power Rangers. And also, like, they're the stars of this show at some points. They should be getting some good slice. They should be getting some good slurm. They should be getting some good floopity doo. They should be getting weird stuff. Some strange something. Also, speaking of, I was gonna say catchphrase at some point. Here's the thing. Jason is not a leader, he's a catchphrase. He really is. He really is just a catchphrase. That's all he is. Sadly enough. God, I am just chewing into this guy like no tomorrow. But it's going to continue to happen. It's going to continue. So, I feel so bad for Austin St. John. I love this man. I do. But I just don't like his Jason character. I don't. He'll grow on me maybe at Beast Morphers. And just be like, well, yeah, he's a really good mentor here. But God, is he not a good leader? He's not a good leader. So, Jason and Tommy go off onto the woods to continue to practice their fighting skills between one another, trying to figure out things that they can use in other seminar defense class scenarios. And I like this. I like that they're going on and getting away from the youth center and kind of sparring here. It just is to be a refreshing kind of change of pace. So while that's going on, Rita is watching both Tommy and Jason getting it on Donkey Kong, and we then have Golar, who is to tell Rita, they're like, okay, it's time to get the two-headed parrot to eliminate those rangers so he can move on to other rangers and eliminate them. So, as both Jason and Tommy are in the throes of fighting, they all of a sudden find darts making their way into this tree. It's like, what the heck was that? The two-headed parrot is to make its way to try and attack both Tommy and Jason. So they morph. The two-headed parrot is to obviously overpower both Jason and Tommy, using its darts to try and go on and blast away and take out both Tommy and Jason. And even when Jason is to seemingly get hit in the chest, Tommy then is to grab Jason and remind him to be a team player because he forgets. And so Tommy has to tell Jason, it's like, well, hey, let's get out of here. Let's retreat. Let's wait for the rest of the team to get with us so then we can face off against this parrot again. And then also, they have no clue what this monster is about, how to beat it already, so they decide that they are not to be the best suited to face off against this thing alone. Good idea. So, we're now at the command center, as Zordon is to tell Alpha to teleport the Rangers here at once. And so Jason and Tommy are back in their civilian clothes, which doesn't make sense to me. Like, shouldn't they be in their costumes? Just my thought, because they have to get back in action frickin' anyways. But that's just me. Uh, but so Zordon is to explain to the Rangers as they make their way to the Veering Globe that this monster is to be twice as intelligent and twice as dangerous. I probably have said that already. And it seems that Billy is to go on and figure out this monster's weakness, which it seems that birds, or in this case a parrot, is to like a thing of fruit. So it's like, all right. It seems that somehow Tommy is to have this come flying out of his butt as far as knowledge is concerned. That he is to realize that it's like, well, like if this monster likes stuff like the pomango flute, if this monster is like a bit of fruit, it seems that Tommy is to realize that the park has fruit trees. I don't know how he knows this, but he somehow knows this. Just this information flying out of his butt. So we have Billy that is talking about the cranium capacity of this monster and what have you, and that it has doubled, and it's to be much stronger than a lot of other monsters. But this monster isn't smart enough. It really isn't. So we come to find out Tommy is to leave the group to go to make his way to find this fruit tree. And so now the Rangers sort of realize that not only the parrot, but then putties are making their way to the park also, not near Tommy, but pretty dang near close. So the Rangers are to be, in all honesty, a decoy, so that way Tommy gets a little bit more time to find this fruit tree. But eventually that'll be a moot point because Rita will figure out that Tommy is trying to get to this fruit tree. And so the putties are going to go on and try to find every bit of fruit tree and rip the fruit out of them. And that's what happens seemingly after what's going on here. So, because when Tommy gets to this tree, he's like, oh man, all I have to do is climb this tree. Yeah, that's going to be a moot point. Because the next thing we see after Rita is to go on and say, like, okay, we're going to send the putties to rip out all the fruits in these trees. We have Tommy facing off against these putties, and I'm like, well, of course, it's freaking Tommy. Like, he's going to beat all these putties, but it seems that the putties out-strengthen him and grab him, and then they rip the fruit out of the tree, and then Tommy's like, oh no! Oh! Like, the one thing that I had was to get this fruit tree, and man, what a waste of time that was. So, Alpha and Zordon are watching the Rangers try and face off against this parrot, and Zordon tells Alpha, it's like, well, hey, we need to go on and we need to contact Tommy to see if he had gotten that fruit. And of course, he doesn't. So, as Tommy is to go on and get a little jingle jangle from Zordon, Tommy ends up telling Zordon, yeah, I wasn't able to get the fruit. And Zordon is like, well, like, that was like the one best chance we had to defeat this monster, Tommy. What an egg on our face event that this is going to be. But then Tommy is to go on and figure something else out. Tommy then is to go to Ernie and find out that Tommy learned earlier that that Ernie has some exotic fruits. So maybe there's a possibility that he has the pomango fruit that they so desperately desire to beat this monster. So Tommy makes up this outlandish story that Tommy gave Kimberly this parrot, and that it seems to only have a bit of of food taste for this pomango fruit. And Ernie's like, well, like that seems to be a rare bit of fruit, but hey, I'll hand you this and this weird coconut looking thing, and you go on and you help Kimberly with that parrot endeavor. And then eventually when Ernie turns to Kimberly and says like, well, hey, how is your parrot? Kimberly's like, what? Tommy told me that your parrot. Like, yeah. And Tommy never went to Kimberly and said, "Yeah, I had to make up this story, and if ever Ernie asks you about it, maybe you should just be like nod your head and yesing about it, even though I lied." Uh, yeah, Tommy never does that. What a douche. So we have the Rangers still facing off against this parrot threat, and we now have all of a sudden this parrot who turns full on DC comic book character Darkseid with its lasers coming from its eyes and then also chest eyes because two-headed thing here. It's kind of like that lion goat monster that I really found to be entertaining. Because it's the exact same freaking thing I just now realized. And maybe, in all honesty, maybe that was handled a little bit better than this was, as far as an episode is to be concerned. But man, are they so cheesing these ideas in in the show, and that's what makes this show so freaking lazy. Good God, is this show just a toy mechanism merchandising thing and nothing better than that? Not good enough story, I feel. Not good enough. It's entertaining, but it's not exactly good. Because it just recycles and is not for a streaming binge watch. It's, again, for just a week by week thing. So it's not good to binge watch. Boo hoo cry! Mighty Morphin Power Rangers are better than the other shows. Yeah, they probably are. But, because at least the characters, I think, even though how much I gripe about them, a lot of the characters are probably better than a lot of the other later seasons as far as character building and whatever is concerned, because they didn't care about that anymore. They probably didn't even care about the monsters making sense in every episode, where it feels that a lot more the monsters and the characters making sense like actually happens in these episodes, whereas the other episodes there's so much an afterthought of like, dang man, they didn't even try. But anyways, moving on. So Tommy appears with a pomango fruit and goes and gives this bird this effing fruit. And we have Jason, who is to apologize to Tommy because he was to go on and get a little bit lost. And because Jason is just so freaking self-concerned. Nothing else matters. He's going to murder his whole entire team because of how self-absorbed he is. Tommy should go on and just say that Jason is emotionally compromised and take on being a leader of the Power Rangers. Oh, that's what he ends up doing anyways. That's really what he ends up doing anyways. When he becomes a White Ranger, he's like, Jason is emotionally compromised. Yeah, like, let's replace him with Rocky, with Steve, and have Steve become the Blue Ranger, sadly enough. And then Tommy just becomes the Red Ranger, and like he's the obvious choice for Red Ranger, not Steve Cardenas or whatever. Yeah. I feel so sorry for Rocky. I really do. This is a character that, like, he transitions and I feel the worst way. And then also, like, I feel that Rocky could be a really good leader and Red Ranger, But really, there's just never a time where I feel he takes that role. Because so many people are forced to be a leader than him. And he should frickin' be. Um, and that is frickin' sad. If I am to go on and say that I want to be or I want a person to be a Red Ranger, Rocky would be it, but he's not. He's not a leader. He is just a follower, sadly enough. And that is heartbreaking. But anyways, so the Rangers all get their hands in and kind of trampoline Tommy to have him go flinging into the air and have this energy blast coming out of his dragon dagger. And that forces Rita to make her monster grow. Again, we have to remember that I probably quickly forgot about all this, where Tommy had thrown the fruit to the parrot, and the parrot is going on and just kind of juggling and dancing with this fruit thing. And then we completely forget that the parrot is just so have his weakness right in front of him. And then in the Megazord thing, I'm like, okay, they don't exploit the weakness again. And yeah, it's just like, what was the point of that? Just eating up time. Anyways, so the Megazord is to form, the Dragon Zord is to form, and there's some decent things going on with the Dragon Zord against this parrot, but most of the time the parrot is just blasting and darting and whatever, and just so none of this fight to me is just really memorable as far as the Megazord stuff is going on. And also, we then have Titanus and the Ultrazord and Kuslice Dead monster going on here. It's the only thing of note, really, that I have in my brain. So, here is where Rita has been beaten 50 some odd times now, and she's like, I can't believe it that the Rangers had did this to me again. How is this possible? And I'm like, they've already done it 50 some odd goddamn times now. And you just can't just process that in your head of how the Rangers are just clocking you all the goddamn time. Sorry, you just have to go on and be like, I have a headache. Rita, I think, is the worst strategy villain. There is no strategy with her. It's just going on and just popping out some monster that she puts no effort in, and then chucks Goldar and Scorpina out there, which these are not good enough, like assistants or helpers or whatever. And also, like, Rita never goes on and is to get better most of the time, with the exclusion of certain times where she casts spells to find um certain really good quality monsters, but again, the Power Rangers just out strategize her. So, but the only thing I remember about Rita is just her poor quality monsters, her just flinging crap out every week to week instead of actually playing the long game. It's very rare that Rita does the long game unless it's a story arcing thing. Then she plays the long game, and for how very rare the story arcs are, yeah, like that's what makes Rita a really awful villain. To have me probably, when we get to tier list of villains, Rita will be probably very low. Very low. And then we'll eventually bring Lord Zed in here to see if he is better or worse than Rita is. Or maybe he's going to be a guy that just flings crap out there like Rita does all the time. Anyways, But Rita is to be upset with Finster, but like, how is it that I am to go on and have a monster that is twice as smart, but it's to actually just be twice as stupid? So, we're now back at the youth center. Tommy and Jason are training some mothers. And these mothers, I'm like, some of that mother. Weirdly. Some of that, some of them ladies. I'm to be weird and creepy, whatever. Yeah, like, I don't care how old these women are. I'm like, look at them. Anyways, probably even when I was a child, when I was a kid watching this, I was probably just like, them mothers. Who needs Trini and Kimberly? Them mothers. I'm weird and goofy, but whatever. So Tommy and Jason are training these mothers, and Zach is going on and having a shake because he's like, I can drink these things all day. He's basically Captain America. Maybe someday he'll become one. He'll become Falcon and Mammoth Soldier. He'll become Falcon. Come on. Anyways, I just wanted to have a little goof, anyways, so uh, so here is where Ernie gives Kimberly the pomango fruit and talks about the parrot, and Kimberly's like, "What?" And Trini is just like, "I'm eating the popcorn, just enjoying what's going on here. I'm enjoying this." I want to see Kimberly struggle and be miserable of not really understanding what's going on here. I'm enjoying the show. So Bulk and Skull make their way to this defense class, and of course, instead of hitting on the women, Bulk and Skull get hit and attacked. How dare these women just take advantage of Bulk and Skull this way? Bulk and Skull should have sued. I want to give Bulk and Skull some kind of just points here, just some brownie points, because man, they deserve it for how they're to go on and how they are to consistently just get freaking pied in the face every goddamn episode, and how they have to go on and get beaten up every freaking episode, and like they aren't getting some slice from these women. They're not looking at Bulk and Skull and giving them the time of day. They freaking deserve it to get some freaking brownie points every once in a while. So Bulk and Skull come in here and they're like, okay, we want to be a part of this class. And Jason and Tommy are like, oh yeah, you're gonna be part of this class. You're gonna be the tackling dummies. So the mothers go on and face off against Bulk and Skull, and they wipe the floor with them. And so one of the mothers turns to Bulk and Skull. It's like, well, remember, boys, two moms are better than one, and that's how they laugh their way off of this episode and get to the next episode. So we have the Peckster that is to be voiced by Scott Hector. Whoever that is, it's not Jason Narvey, but it sounds like Jason Narvey. It really does, oddly enough. So, the beginning of this episode, the foul play episode, which, in all honesty, I don't quite understand why it's called foul play. It's not a baseball episode. What is the foul? I don't get. I don't get why it's called this. It doesn't make sense. Somebody make sense of this name of episode for me. I don't really get it. Help me! Help me now in this review to figure out why it's called foul play. And then I take too much time talking about it, how it doesn't make sense. Maybe it's foul because Zach is being a magician in this episode. That's foul. I don't know. But in the very beginning of this, Zach is at the youth center doing magic tricks, and his magic tricks is juggling. Wow. Couldn't he have sawed Angela in half? She'd just be like, yeah, woman, like, you are giving me the time of the day, and I'm going to saw you in half. I'm going to make Angela disappear instead of having to consistently go on and try to win her affections, which will be a moot point, be a waste of my goddamn time. That's me sawing her in half. Still, even though it's not to go on and at all be at any point of the magic tricking within this episode. So, Zach is going on and juggling with lemons, and of course, Bulk comes in like, "Oh, I can do that. I could juggle. Give me those lemons." So Zach goes on and tosses these lemons at Bulk, and he's like, and then he goes on and he takes the balls and he just kind of throws them in the air and catches them. I'm like, good God, Bulk. Learn how to do freaking something so you look cool for once. Please, Bulk. For the love of all that's Morphin grid, just some point, just learn how to do just something cool. For God's sakes. So, but this leads both Bulk and Skull to slip on another invisible banana peel and fall to the ground because they had some juice or whatever on the ground, and so just slippery surfaces are to be Bulk and Skull's weakness here. And so Zach is to want to go on and make Bulk and Skull disappear the hard way by going on and introducing snakes from out of his wrists that are to scare both Bulk and Skull and have them run away, technically making them disappear. So Angela is to seemingly go on and be impressed with Zach's snake appearing skills. And maybe she's like, maybe I could make another snake appear. Yeah. I have to go on and do the weirdest, goofiest jokes because this show really caters to that, right? So Zach ends up making flowers appear in front of Angela to try and woo her and win her over, even though he's also a magician. So whatever he is to try to do, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong, Zach. But still, Angela goes on and gives Zach a peck on the cheek. And so the Rangers come in and they're like, oh, Zach. A little sign of display of affection. When is the wedding going to happen? Yeah, that's never going to happen. But Zach is going to fruitfully try and consistently get to be with Angela. And then even though it seems that by the end of the season, it seems to be successful, Zach never ends up with Angela, and that's what should have happened in this show. Once and always, Zach should have ended up with Angela because it made the most writing sense, but it's not what happens. It's not what happens. So, Rita is to go on and be overhearing that Zach is getting a peck on the cheek, so Rita is to go on and be like, you know what? I will do everything in my power to show you what a real peck on the cheek feels like. Yeah. And I'm not talking about the good peck on the cheek. I'm talking about the bad peck on the cheek. I'll give you what for, Zachary. Last name that escapes me. And also, I'm calling him Zachary instead of Zach. Moving on. So, Kimberly, it seems, wants to go to the mall before it closes. And is turning to Zach, like, well, hey, are you coming along with us, Zach? Zach, of course, is to go on, like, no, I think I need to hang around to see if Angela wants my help or assistance with anything. And so they're like, oh, you want to be her help, or you want to go on and probably ask her freaking out, and that's what you should have actually gone on and done. God dang it, Zach. Just go to that woman and be like, hey, could I get me some of that? No. Can I get me some of that, Angela? No, because you will just go on and just freaking have her just be like, seriously, Zach? Like, that's your approach? Nope. But either way, like, he's not going to go on and be able to win Angela over by the end of this episode, anyways. So it's all just a ruse. It's a ruin. It's a waste of Zach's effing time. He goes on and it's to not fight along the Rangers and stay in the youth center for no goddamn reason. That is why Zach is not a good Ranger. He wastes his time to try and get with Angela instead of being a Ranger. And then also, he does not achieve said goal. So we have Fencer that is going on and creating the Pexter as Rita's there. Pexter goes on and is to talk how the Pexter is to destroy any building because it's a Woody the Woodpecker ash-like villain with its beak, just destroying all buildings around itself. So we of course have Rita, who's telling Fencer this monster better work. We've tried 50 times already, and man, at some point, Fencer's just not good at his job. Fencer, God, man, I love him. I do. He's so precious and cute and whatever. I'm just a ball of just, I just want to have him in a room where he just talks to me. Because he sounds so awesome. He sounds so great. But god dang it, man, Finster. If you are to just be, like, overworked and underappreciated, and then your monsters just don't do well anyways. You come up with good ideas, but these monsters just poorly execute every single thing that makes you just go on and just be like, oh, like, I worked so hard on that thing for it to just turn around and just be egg on my face from week in to week out, and I'm just getting freaking chewed out by Rita because she doesn't know how to use my monsters the best way. But it's my fault every week. It's not really hers because she has to trade the blame. I love you, Finster. Love you. And also, a lot of the monster creators in this show, they don't get enough credit. They're freaking amazing characters that, like, get treated so poorly. They do. Anyways, so we have the rest of the Rangers, with the exclusion of being without Zach and Tommy, making their way in the park today because it'll take everything that they got. Because we will find that they are going up against putties yet again. Here is where the putty fights actually are looking really good. I'm like, all right, we have Trini that slings a putty up against this tree. And she's like, take that, Clayface. And I'm like, yeah, you go, Trini. Yeah, she's like, take that, Clayface. And I'm like, all right, like, this is awesome, whatever she's doing here. I need to pause this video because I dropped something. I dropped my cell phone. Let me pause here for a second. And let's continue. And let's continue. Good God. I was like, I hope this does not go on and stop and make me have to start all over again. But man, that's what I love about these recording things. It just doesn't. I'm like, I hope I don't have to pause somewhere because I'll have to roll the dice to see how this video comes out. Because of course it does. So Angela's talking with Zach at the youth center, like, man, you're really good with kids. Maybe I can look at you at a white picket fence someday and we'll be married and have childs, and yeah, that'll never happen, but but we can always pine away for that ability, right, Zach? Yeah. So Arnie is going on and telling Zach that there's something on the telly. So Zach turns to come to find out that the monsters, or uh, the monsters, are being unleashed upon the world, and so the kids are going on and watching the television also. And so a lot of them are saying like, well, hey, well, I'm not worried because I think the Power Rangers are going to go on and they're going to figure out ways to take down this monster. So Zach has to figure out a way to scramble out of this youth center, and so he uses the help of Bulk and Skull. So these characters aren't useless for once. They're not useless characters, but then again, they always like put the boots to the Rangers, and that's what just makes them useful, but not useful to the Rangers ever. It is to be an anti-usefulness. And then also, when Bulk and Skull try to figure out who the Power Rangers are, that's what makes things worse. Anyways, so Zach is to go on and have Bulk and Skull figure out a way to make Zach disappear. Zach goes into this seemingly box or cacophon like apparatus that has a sheet. And so Zach ends up telling Bulk a incantation to say, and the further and further that Bulk states this incantation, he realizes that the incantation words that Bulk is to have to need to say is having him say that I am a goon. And Bulk ends up getting upset and then wants to go on and grab and goozle Zach for making him look like a fool, but Zach is to go on and be gone. Zach had gone on to tell Bulk if Bulk wants Zach to reappear, that all he needs to do is to say Zach's name. And so Angela and the rest of the kids are wanting Bulk to say Zach's name again, and Bulk will not go on and do so. He's like, no, 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 no. I'm not going to say his name. Like, he's not going to appear. Just call me a goon. So, Zach is now going off by the youth center, by the lockers, and giving a little jingle jangle to Zordon to figure out what the heck is going on. So, Zach is delivering continuity from episode to episode because in the prior episode, bird episode. This episode, bird episode. So, Zach is going on and be like, well, yeah, I guess Rita is hatching another bird. Continuity! What a wonderful thing! And then also realizing, like, yeah, the writers, they weren't that creative this week. Or last. Just, we got two birds in one episode, or two episodes. Anyways, so we got two different birds in two different episodes. How creative is that? That's the part where I'm just like, God dang it, writers. You are so lazy. And I get it. They're like, hey man, we're just going off of Sentai footage and whatever. You could have looked at this footage and not have it be the same. You could have written a better piece of footage, but you didn't. How dare you go on and have multiple sports episodes in one thing? Why? Why do I ask you that happens? it makes no logical sense in my brain to just have a bunch of sports episodes in one time. Anyways, so and also a magician could be a sport. No, it isn't. I'm just making a joke. So Zach is have to go on and fight the Pexter all on his lonesome because the rest of the Rangers are facing off against putties. They're having a good old time with them putties. So Zach goes on to face off against some putties and then the Pexter as the rest of the Rangers are finishing up with the putties. So Zach is going on and facing off against the Pexter, and like the background we see here is actually really cool looking. And so it seems that Rita is going on and looking on and like saying that this is like the best that Fencer is going to go on and do with this monster. Zach is to go on and take his battle axe and face off against this Pexter, hoping that he himself can take this monster down. And Alpha and Zordon are looking on and like, man, this Pexter guy, he's pretty pulverizing. And they go on and they give a little jangle to Zach. And so as the monster, it seems, is to have disappeared as Zach is to put on a good fight against him, Zach is going on and asking if he should go on and help his team. And Alpha and Zordon are like, oh, no. Like, the Rangers can finish up the putties themselves. You should probably go back to the youth center and, like, kind of realize that you need to go back to kind of keep up, like, your identity. So that way people won't get suspicious. Which I thought was actually a smart mentorish thing for Zordon and Alpha to do here. But logically, I'm thinking like, no, Zach should go on and make sure that this monster's dead, the putties are dead, and everything in between. But again, this makes me feel that like Zach should have debated this and should have just been like, no, like I'm gonna go on and do whatever like I feel is to be in the best consideration of like helping my team, as well as also just kind of be on watch to see if this monster is going to strike again. Anyways, uh, so the Rangers are again facing off against these putties, and Jason is like, "Well, okay, all right, another one bites the dust." We also have Billy end up doing some interesting kind of flippy things here within this fight. But anyways, uh, Jason then gets a good old jingle jangle from the Zordan, and they have to go on and get teleported to the command center. And the Rangers have to go on and be explained about the Pexer monster because Jason and team don't know about this monster, but Zach has already faced against it. So the Rangers have to go on and get clued in that this monster is to be a monster that is to demolish every home and building. And uh, and then also that this monster has a very powerful wing attack. And it could go on and cause windstorms, adding yet to another evil dimension to its fighting skill repertoire. So the team ends up turning to ask Zordon. It's like, well, hey, what about Zach? Well, Zach is busy. Oh, okay, well, let's go on and let's morph and let's face off against this thing. And also, they end up asking about Tommy, and they're like, well, hey, we'll contact him if really need be, because again, his powers are waning. Oh no! So the team morphs and it faces off against this bird that is flying in on them, and I was like, man, this is pretty dope. So Pegster is flying in on these Rangers, smacking and clapping them all, doing a little smack clapping, and the putties come in, and so now this little kid Mikey is turning to Bulk and Skull and saying like, "You need to bring back Zach. We need that Zach. Bring him back." And Skull turns to little kid Mikey. It's like, "Well, maybe Bulk doesn't feel like bringing Zach back. He doesn't feel like it." And so accidentally, while Bulk is talking to Angela, he accidentally says Zach's name and realizes like, "Oh crap, Zach is gonna come back now because I accidentally said his name." Bulk is to open up this bit of sheet to then find Zach appearing there, and he's like, like I am just that good. How long has he been back there, just kind of waiting for this to happen? So Ernie is going on like, hey guys, gather around. There is yet another live bit of news that is coming through here. So the kids and Angela and Jason are watching the telly to see the Rangers facing off against the Monsters. And Zach turns to Mike. It's like, well, hey, like, are you worried, kid? And Mikey's going on and saying, like, no, I think that the Rangers are going to get the upper hand and they're going to figure out a way to beat these monsters. And, like, I think that they're going to do really good. I think they have established some good equity with the rest of our youngsters lads right here to think that they're going to go on and they're going to do really well in this monster tournament that they're in. They're going to go all the way. I'm having fun. Yeah, this Mikey kid is to go on, and like the line that he delivers, like I was kind of like in my brain, I'm like, is this kid going on and kind of being very nervous to say these lines or to be acting right now, or is he trying to be worried uh for what is to probably happen, but he's trying to like have a safe face because Zach is asking him, hey kid, are you all right? And so I'm just like, I want to know, like, from Mikey's perspective, like what was the actor thinking during this scene? Like, was the kid very nervous to get these lines out, or really was he just actually trying to portray being a kid that's like, oh yeah, because that's what it felt to me. So the Rangers are going on facing off against these putties again. They're morphed, and we have the Paxter that is to go on and do its darts from out of his mouth. I don't know what that was supposed to signify. That, like, is it like a piece of his tongue that is coming out? What is coming out of this monster's mouth? It makes no real sense. It just looks weird. But I get it. It's like a cool, like, weaponizing thing, but it just looks weird. I'm like, what's coming out of this monster's mouth? It doesn't make sense. Then the Paxter goes on and just like outmuscles both Jason and Billy, and then goes on and does its like wicked wing attack, and is to just have Jason and Billy go freaking flying because they just want their frequent fire miles. Frequent fire miles. Let me try to say that correctly. Anyways, so here is where Zach is to go on while watching the telly while with the kids, and is to figure out the strategy of how to beat this monster. As Zach is with Mikey, and he has this black basketball, and he's looking at the balloons, and he's like, "Aha!" So Zach appears in front of the monster as the Rangers are like, "Hey, Zach, you know it's cool that you're here, but it's weird that you have balloons. What the heck are you doing?" And so Zach is like, "Well, hey, I have an idea here. I have a strategy." So Zach is going on and telling this monster to pluck out all these balloons, and the Paxter isn't even thinking second about this. It's like from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, how at first, like, the monsters are going on and grabbing the donuts, but then they're like, huh? Why should I be eating this? And then they crush it, and they're like, oh, they found the cubes. Yeah. So the Paxter gets egg on his face, or in this case, he ends up getting a ball to the beak. I was going to say ball of the face, but technically that doesn't quite add up. He gets a ball to the beak. So the Paxter gets his beak stuck. And I'm like, all right, okay, cool. Zach ends up whipping out his blade blaster to whip up a good battle against this Paxter thing here. Rita ends up grabbing her magic wand to make her monster grow. The Rangers end up calling for their Zord, because of course they do. I think at this point we go on, and from episode to episode, like, the way that the Zords are coming in are to be, like, just recycled from episode to episode. So it seems like they end up having new footage, but then that new footage ends up getting recycled. I'm like, I'm seeing something new here, but not new enough. So Jason ends up telling the folks that they're, of course, going to go on and turn the Megazord into battle mode. Wow. Hey guys, guess what we're always going to do every time? Is it going to be a shocker that we're going to go into battle mode this time around? You wouldn't know it, but yeah, this happens quite frequently. It's not a shocker to have Jason need to call this out every single time because it's inevitable. Jason sometimes doesn't need to call this out. It really is to not be a thing. But he does it anyways. He could just be like, dude, I'm going to put my hand up, and this time of the Zord's just going to come because they know what this is. They know what this means. I don't have to say what it is. Let's try that for once to see if it happens. But so here is where the Megazord fighting is different in this episode, because we have a mammoth shield that the Megazord uses. I'm like, all right. Weirdly enough, this image of the Megazord having the mammoth shield is to be, I think, so used than when it's without it. But it seems so rare that we end up having the mammoth shield being used in this show. So it just seems so, like, man, this image is everywhere, but it doesn't deserve to be. Because it doesn't make sense. But so anyways, the mammoth shield is to protect, of course, the Rangers from getting dart sprayed. And so, since that's not working, obviously, the bird monster is to go on and use its toxic tornado attack. He's to use his big flapping wings. Big mother flapping wings. He just flaps and just tries to murder these folks. So, the Megazord ends up getting taken aback, and I'm sure blasted with mouth flying things and darts and what have you and whatever. And so Zack is going on and telling the team to not give up, that they should probably start actually thinking with their brains and actually use the uh, cranial attack, the the cranial energy blasting attack, whatever that freaking attack is called. I'm not quite sure exactly what he says. Is to actually be cranial laser attack. My bad. I gone on and I got a little ahead of myself. So then they go on and of course call for the power sword, not the mega sword, because that's not good enough for this monster. They never call for the Megazord again. They end up consistently calling it a power sword, which I'm like, thank God. I don't have something to gripe about through these episodes for once. So Sword comes out, Custling dead. So now we are to go on and have Ernie, Angela, and the kids be watching on to find out that the Power Rangers have won this day. And so Mikey is to turn to the rest of the group and say how he loved how the Black Ranger had figured out a way to outsmart um the monster with the balloons. And so we have, of course, Rita that ends up getting so upset that she grabs Finster by the nose and then kills him. That's not what happens, but we gotta make some fun here. Like at some point, like a punishment needs to fit the crime. God dang it! Like there's only so often that Rita can just take her magic wand, her freaking wand thing, and smack the henchman. Like it's either she's got to replace him at some point to get better, to get like a better class of villainy or something, or really she should just blame herself at some point, like for how like she does not go on and do well at the villainies. Anyways, speaking of people that make mistakes, Zack is to go on and be dressed in the nines, making his way to the youth center for no goddamn reason. So Zack is going on and telling the rest of the Rangers that he's like, yeah, I'm finally going to go on and date Angela, and we're going to go to this cafe French restaurant because bizarrely Zack can speak French, but then eventually he orders French stuff that isn't really all that good somewhere down the road with this season finale. But yeah, Zack is making all of these wild and wacky things for Angela and him to go on a date on, and they won't do any of that. Heaven forbid. So Angela makes her way with the kids to be like, oh yeah, Zack, yeah, uh, like we're gonna go to this cartoon festival, and Zack is like, really? That's what we're gonna do? So Angela turns to Zack and saying like, well, yeah, we're gonna watch 5 hours of retrospective of Woody Woodpecker. And Zack is like, oh my god. And I'm going to be doing that with all these kids around? Really? Come on. So the next episode is Trick or Treat. With the pumpkin wrapper. Very sweet. So Kimberly is to go on and be at the balance beam because she has to actually do something with gymnastics, because she has to actually do something here, because she's done so many episodes where she had really good solo episodes, and also she had other good episodes with Billy, and now she's having a good episode with Skull. So, and that's why she goes on in Dear John's Tommy later on, obviously. She's like, I'm having so much chemistry with all these other people besides actually Tommy, and I'm going to leave him. I'm going to leave Tommy. because he deserves better. He deserves to have a good uh person to play off of, and that's not Kimberly, sadly enough. So Kimberly is going on and telling Trini and Tommy that, hey, I'm going to go on and be a part of a television show. I'm going to be on the telly. I'm going to be a star. I'm going to go on to this game show called Trick or Treat and try to win a brand new car. And Kimberly's like, well, hey, are you guys going to go to see the show? And Tommy's like, dude, I have way better things to do than go ahead and just watch you be on a show. I know that I'm your boyfriend, but I could not give a single F about that. I would rather go on and do this karate match than be a part of whatever trick or treat show audience member that I should have actually gone on and been, because I'm going to waste so much effing time being at a karate competition that I don't even get to do because I end up getting called away by Zordan. So we also come to find out that there is going to be another contestant on this trick or treat show, and guess who it is? Because I've already technically said it. It's going to be Skull. Skull ends up coming in and like, well, yeah, uh, like Skull is gonna definitely win this. Like, it's a no-brainer. And Skull is like, yeah, I'm gonna be the big time real winner, this and that. And then he ends up getting guacamole in his face. And he's like, that grand prize car is gonna be mine, yeah. So Rita ends up turning to Goldar and like, wait a minute, trick or treat Halloween? This sounds like a wonderful idea. We should come up with our own kind of just weird, goofy Halloween themed thing going on here. And Goldar's like, well, that's good for today, because we have that pumpkin wrapper villain that we can just go on and consistently have it just needing to ripen and be at some spot where somehow Tommy's going to figure this out. And then the Rangers are going to have to just fall on their faces to find that these pumpkins are going to end up on their heads, and it's going to be goofy and funny, right? It's going to be goofy and funny. So, uh, so then we go on to the trick or treat show, hosted by a guy that they didn't put enough effort into his name, so his name is like Monty Conti. I'm like, what the is that? If you're going to go on and have a host, his name honestly should be better than what they actually gave him. But it is what it is. So the show ends up going on, and Monty calls Kimberly and Jason from the crowd because they were supposed to be on the show frickin' anyways. I think I can't quite 100% figure out the costumes of the Rangers in this episode, but I think that Kimberly again is a princess, and I think at some point in the other Halloween episode she was a princess again. Skull is to be a prisoner, and Bulk is to go on and be a mummy here. Uh, I think that uh, Jason is to be like a Three Musketeers guy. I think Zach is to be Napoleon. Is he Napoleon? Is he to go on and have to be like a leader from every era? I don't know what Trini is. And then like Billy question mark. Let me know in the comments below, what was Trini and Billy dressed as, and maybe throughout this episode I may figure it out when I see better pictures of them, because I just don't know exactly right out of the gate. Anyways, so we have Trini and Kimberly, or Trini and Skull making their way to their podiums. And so Monty ends up going on and telling both Skull and Kimberly the rules of what's to go on here, and state that, like, well, hey, you need to go on and you need to stump me to where I can't go on and figure out an answer uh for what you are to go on and want me to answer, and you'll get pumpkin points. And then they'll go on and do these goofy, weird games that have no rational sense of why they have to exist, but they'll exist. So, and at the end of the game, they're going to win a brand new car. So, we of course have Skull going first, and he immediately gets tricked into having to give away an easy question for Monty to answer. So, we have Monty that is telling Skull, it's like, well, hey, you're up first. And Skull's like, I am going up first? And Monty's like, yes, you are. It's like, ah ha 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 ha. Yeah, Skull, you fell for it. So Tommy is going on and falling for something else, which of course is to be a bunch of pumpkins around an area that is to give Tommy some suspicions that Rita is to be up to some kind of trickery. So Tommy is to go on and question where all of these rotten pumpkins had come from. And that leads to then Goldar like, well, I'm going to send some putties out to face off against Tommy. Don't worry. Tommy will end up getting distracted. Because it's not enough that Tommy has to go on and make his way to this karate competition or contest or match, whatever thing. So, as these putties make their way to try and dance away with Tommy here, we are now back with Kimberly trying to figure out a way to stump Monty here. So, Kimberly ends up going on to ask Monty, who are the secret identities of the Power Rangers? And of course, Monty is like, well, obviously, like, it's Tommy, Kimberly, Zach, Jason, and Trini, and Billy. And Kimberly was like, what? How is it that Monty knows? And he's like, because I read the script. And then he's like, no pumpkin points for you, Kimberly. Nice try. But I read the script this day. No. Monty doesn't know who the Power Rangers are, because of course he doesn't. He'd have to be psyched to figure that out. Or he would have had to have read the script beforehand, because he didn't. And so, pumpkin point goes to Kimberly because she gives Monty a unanswerable question. There's no way he can answer. Again, unless he read the script. So, he read the script that day. He barely did. So, he's like, oh no, I read that script and I read it good. You better believe I read it cover to cover. I knew who the Power Rangers were, sir. Do not disperse me. Do not. No. Anyways, so but Monty's like, well, good job that Kimberly, you tricked me. Oh, no big deal, though. So, we then go on and have to have Kimberly face against the Wicked Wheel of Misfortune. So I'm like, man, this is giving me flashbacks to the one episode where Kimberly is to go on and have that wheel be broken, and then Rita makes a wheel. Was it called the Wheel of Misfortune? Did they basically just steal that name again? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. So, putties are flipping and flying and doing cool things with Tommy. It's a good time had by all. As Kimberly is going on and going through a wheel that she is to be tied to and spun, and I hope Kimberly hurls. Here's where we go on and we have Tommy, and he's smacking and kicking and roundhouse kicking multiple times these putties, And weirdly, the putties have weird bits of dust that is coming off of them. What is going on with the putties? Are they having some powder? Like, did they just sniff some just magic candy before they went out there and started facing off against Tommy this day? Why is the putties to be so weirdly dusty? What is wrong with the putties here? Like, are they going on and making sure that whoever is behind these costumes that they're not dirty? Why is it that you hit them and just they're yeah, why are they so dusty? I need to know desperately. Why is this happening? And then sometimes it feels like the monsters or even like they're poofing some dust out of themselves. What's going on here? Like, did they at some point in the show figure out that if they like almond powder or something, these monsters that maybe they won't get as dehydrated or something? I don't know, but I want to know. Like I'm trying to figure out why, because it's just making the environment. It's just making it just fog up with all of this weird poofy dust, making the fight scenes less attractive. It's just the truth. So we have Rita, who is watching on Skull and Kimberly do this trick or treat show because she doesn't have cable, so she has Telescope. She just has the app Telescope to try to get this streaming on her services. So Squad is going on and watching, taking from away the Telescope of Rita, and Goldar is talking about how the pumpkin wrapper is to now be ripe enough that like we are fairly close to having the pumpkins go on and face off against the Rangers here. I think we also have a lot of times where the putties are just kind of delaying attacking the Rangers in this episode, also, from what I remember. And it just seems very weird. So, Tommy gives a good old jingle jangle to that good old Zordan. Because, in all honesty, the pilot unaired bit of the show, Zordon was called Zordan, so I want to call him that because I think it's funny. Even though it's obviously Zordon, that wasn't his first name. That wasn't his first name. First name. Anyways, so but Tommy is calling Zordon, being like, "Well, hey, Rita's up to her old tricks," and Zordon is like, "Well, yeah, like it seems like she's going on and having some suspicious acts, but you should definitely go on and go to your karate match, Tommy." So, and if anything, the Rangers will call you if they need you, but they won't. They'll forget you exist. You'll probably be in the show, but we'll kind of save you for later. So we have Jason Narvi, not Jason the Red Ranger. We have Skull and we have Kimberly, and they're at this trick or treat show. And Skull is going on and turning to Bulk to get answers of what he should go on and say here. So technically, Skull is cheating. And standards and practices of this game show will come in and go and take Skull's car away from him once he's to go on and win this. Ooh, spoilers for who wins the show. Because, of course, it won't be Kimberly. Because at one point, Kimberly will have to leave the show because she is too faint. But then she kind of winks at the Rangers, like, hey, I'm not really fainting. We just need to get out of here because we need to face off against this monster. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. So, Skull ends up repeating what Bulk is saying and is to say to Monty about his best friend's scam. I think he was to say, it's like, well, what is my best friend's name? And we have Monty who can't come up with the answer for that, so he ends up getting stymied. So Skull gets put to the test with the Wicked Web of Disaster game, where it seems that Bulk is to have to climb this web and try to get all these bugs off of it, but hope that he doesn't get hit with this spider. But of course, he ends up doing so. So Tommy is to go on and make it to this karate match contest thing, and he's watching this guy with this blue shirt be doing stuff with sticks for 12 hours. And Tommy's like, man, I hope I get out there soon because I know that I'm probably going to go on. And by the time that I need to go out there to do this karate thing, that I'm going to get dit, 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 dit. And of course he does. So Kimberly's going to get called away, and so is Tommy going to get called away here. So now that I've already gone on and said what happens to Jason here with the whole web game here, I'm going to fast track through that. And Monty ends up saying, like, we're having some fun. So Rita's going on and calling out that the monster will go on and awaken soon. And so now Alpha and Zordon are going on and they're watching Kimberly, and they're on the edge of their seat because they're like, oh my god. Like, Kimberly can possibly go on and win this whole thing, and but Rita's up to something. So so Alpha is just like, well, like, I guess we're just gonna have to go on and ruin Kimberly winning this car. So as as Kimberly is to be questioned here, here is where Kimberly faints on stage. The rest of the Rangers go to Kimberly and are to carry her out here. And Bulk and Skull realizes that Skull had won by default. So Kimberly again looks up at the Rangers, winks at them. It's like, hey, we need to get out of here because we need to teleport out of here. So the Rangers in their costumes. Oh, I think Trini is like, I want to say she's a genie? Is she a genie? It looks like she's like a genie. Or maybe she's I'm gonna go with genie. Like, maybe she's an Arabian? I don't know. Also, I think that Billy is to look like a friar? I don't know. I have no idea. He looks like some character that is to be used in, like, Robin Hood times. Don't know. A very big mystery here, but god dang, like, Trini has like a midriff going on, and I am just like, man, uh, maybe Trini is to be a belly dancer because that's what she looks like. Honestly. Uh, anyways, pushing on here. So let me know in the comments below what the heck Billy was. I have no idea. I have no clue. Also, maybe Jason and Zach are to just be Three Musketeers. Maybe. Maybe I was wrong about that. Maybe also Billy is supposed to be one of the Three Musketeers as well. It's very confusing. But maybe their clothes are all to look the same now that I'm looking at them closer up. So the Rangers go on and they morph here, and so they make their way to the pumpkins. And so they are specifically told to avoid getting so close to these pumpkins because eventually they will end up on their faces. But of course, they end up going on to be grabbing these pumpkins and it lands on their heads. And Kimberly is the only one that doesn't have a pumpkin on her, so she frees the Rangers from their devastating uh, pumpkin heads that are to have them not have the ability to breathe or see or whatever. I thought it was funny when Jason is trying to chop Billy's pumpkin, how he hurts his hand. And so Kimberly goes on to free Jason first. She takes her blade, blaster, and goes on and chops uh, Tommy's pumpkin, and it breaks off. And so it seems that after Jason gets freed, bizarrely, all the rest of the Rangers are to follow because they're somehow weirdly connected. So now all of a sudden we come to find that the putties are to have these pumpkin heads and they are to try and attack the Rangers. I'm like, how is it that they can see? I'm sure they can't. So the Rangers are facing off against these putties, and it seems that they're endlessly coming. So the Rangers decide it's like, well, hey, we have to find the biggest pumpkin and make this stupid rap that's really horrible and bad, so that way this pumpkin could show up and face off against the Rangers. So the pumpkin rapper is to appear and say how bad, really bad, this rap was. And so, and that the pumpkin rapper can go on and do something better. So, we have at some point where the pumpkin rapper is to use his vines to wrap up the Rangers and hurt them. And so that ends up forcing Alpha and Zordon to be like, well, like it seems that the Rangers are just having difficulty with this monster. I guess we should probably give a good old jingle jangle to Tommy. So Zordon tells Alpha to contact Tommy immediately. So as all of a sudden Tommy has realized, okay, hey, it's my time to shine. For this bit of contest, he immediately gets and called away. So Zordon ends up telling Tommy, it's like, well, Tommy, Rita's pumpkin wrapper monster is overwhelming the Power Rangers. You must go on and help the Rangers. So he does. And the competition ends up saying that there is a winner by default because Tommy wasn't there. So again, we have winners by default this day. So Tommy goes on to face off against his pumpkin wrapper, slicing and dicing away this vine from the Rangers. And then Tommy goes on and tells the team a actual plan that he has for them to execute. I'm like, when is Tommy becoming a leader all of a sudden? When is Tommy going on and like actually concocting a plan? Because this rarely ever happens in this show. Nobody ever puts upon an idea for them to execute, and what, like, yeah, you can go on and probably pinpoint that, like, well, Trini and Billy and whoever go on and say certain things and they execute. Yeah, but like, very rarely does it happen in the battlefield of of non Megazords. Very rarely does it happen in my thought process. Anyways, I'm going way too long about all of any of this. Anyways, so Tommy goes on and bum rushes Pumpkin Rapper, Master Blaster Pumpkin Rapper. The pumpkin who is to be the rapper because he is to go on and spit those crazy vines. I'm messing up a lot of wordages here. I'm sorry, my bad. So Tommy grabs Pumpkin Wrapper, and so the Rangers decide to put together all of their weapons to make the Mega Blaster. So of course they do. And they end up wiping the floor with this monster. I'm like, seriously? Like, so this is the one time that the monster doesn't get the Megazord treatment? What kind of garbage is this? Like, this is a pumpkin Halloween themed monster, and it doesn't deserve the Megazord? That's when I would go on and gripe about the Megazord not being used. Any other time, I'd just be like, yeah, like, we can go on and just Mega Blaster this up. You guys can just go on and just skip the whole Megazord thing. I could care less. So, Rita goes on and smacks a lot of her henchmen with her wand because she's upset again. So, cue now Kimberly and Tommy going on and boohoo crying about neither one of them winning either their contest or the show. And we have Kimberly that is just so upset that she did not win her car. And Tommy's like, well, there's more things than just winning a car. So Bulk and Skull come driving in with their car, like, yeah, guess what I have? And then the standards of practices of the show are to take that away from Bulk and Skull and drive off with this car. So I guess continuity that Bulk and Skull are not going to get this car. But then also, Bulk is going to have less of a mummy costume, as a bit of the mummy costume ends up getting caught in the car door, and now we start to see Bulk's underwear. So that then goes on and gives Kimberly and Tommy here a good laugh, a good chuckle to end the episode. Next up, we end up getting Second Chance on an episode. So, Second Chance, we have Ernie that is to be posting the results of this soccer tryout. And both Jason and Zach are to watch on to see who is to make this team because bizarrely they care. And they care because they're going to be a part of Roger's story here to try to make him a better soccer player. So, come to find out, Roger does not make the team. But Jason and Zach turn to Ernie. And Ernie's like, yeah, it's so hard to pick teams. And also, like, I wanted to have everybody be a part of this team, but just Roger just wasn't good enough. So Ernie gets convinced by Zach and Jason to have a second chance tryout. And Jason and Zach are like, all right, we're gonna take this kid under our wing and train him, and he'll be the bestest ever. So since it seems that soccer seems to be the theme of this thing, they're going on and having Goldar and Rita come up with a soccer monster, which is to be this weird, goofy armadillo that ends up being called Sockadillo. Sockadillo. I have to remember that because, like, the way I just put this in my notes kind of made a little bit of boo-boo mistake, but oh well. Sockadillo. What a stupid name. So, the Sockadillo is getting this power being fused within it, and it's becoming a ball. Sockadillo is a cool looking monster, but again, he's a goofy, stupid name. So, this monster needs to get fully energized because the more powerful it is, the more that it just is to be a ball, anyways. It needs to hurt people. So, Rita is hoping that this ball of a monster is going to clobber these Rangers. So now we have Tommy making his way to uh, be with the Rangers, and come to find out they're excited about Ernie going on and giving Roger another second chance. And so we, of course, have Bulk and Skull, and they're saying how experts that they are at soccer, to the point of them going on and kicking a soccer ball within this Angel Grove High. And it ends up ricocheting so much that accidentally Tommy ends up bashing his communicator against this wall, and the communicator will consistently go off, or Tommy will accidentally be paging Zordon even though he never did any of the sort. Eventually having Appleby get upset with Tommy to be like, hey, give me that communicator. Give me that watch. And supposedly, Bulk and Skull tell Tommy that Appleby never gives anything back, but she will this day. So, Tommy goes on and ends up having Zordon call him, and Tommy tells Zordon, it's like, well, yeah, I'm going to have to go on and give this watch to Billy so he can fix it right away. But anyways, he doesn't do it. So, but Bulk ends up getting hit with the soccer ball and forces him and Skull to fall over. And so Bulk ends up telling Skull that he should have caught the soccer ball. Yeah. I'm sure. Miss Appleby tells Bulk and Skull that they're going to go, of course, in detention because honestly, Bulk and Skull are going to be in detention freaking anyways. Supposedly, the principal had gone on to state that Bulk and Skull are going to be in detention for basically forever. So, logically, why should you go on and threaten both Bulk and Skull with detention anyways? It doesn't make any sense. So, we have Sakadillo that is absorbing more energy. And so Rita is to go on and find out from Finster about Sakadillo. That he is to absorb the more energy he absorbs, the more nasty uh, power that he is to go on and gain. That he also is to have the ability of electric needles, where he goes on and he kind of Wonder Woman's or Black Panther's and does this attack, and that's to be his alternate attack. So Tommy is to be in class, and his watch is consistently going off to the point of Miss Appleby getting annoyed, wanting to take the watch from him, and Tommy's like, yeah. So Zach and Jason are going on and teaching Roger soccer. And they're going on and they're teaching a couple of strategic things. And Roger, it seems, is just like having two left feet or just not good at this. Sarita is watching on as Zach and Jason are teaching Roger how to play soccer. So we have Goldar that's saying, finally, this monster's fully charged. Let's send him out. So, Rita is saying, it's like, well, great. We're going to have a little game with the Rangers. It's going to be great. So, as Jason and Zach are trying to teach Roger to either trap the ball or just do anything with the ball, Putties end up coming in. So Zach and Jason are say, "Hey, Roger, get to a safe distance. I'm gonna take care of this." So even though there is a monster present, both Jason and Zach don't decide to morph. They just think, "Oh yeah, like this is like we don't know what this is. We don't know what this Sacadillo is. So we're just gonna go on and just not be morphed and face off against this with the putties and just kind of place our bets." So at some point, the monster ends up coming flying at both Jason or Zach, and Zach at one point like kicks away the monster, and at some point, I think Jason like dodges. I think the Sacadillo, as this thing is really like kind of taking a mind of its own and is kind of floating into the air, attacking these rangers, as well as also the putties are kicking the Sacadillo. Anyways, we go on to have Ernie at the youth center with Trini, Kimberly, and Billy. There's also the one joking thing where I think Zach ended up saying that he was really good with kids, and then Ernie ends up chuckling, and he ends up saying that, like, man, like, I think I should get my hearing checked. So Ernie is going on and talking to the kids about, like, well, Ernie, yeah, are you ready for these second chance tryouts? And Ernie's like, well, yeah, like, with all these kids, like, going through this, like, the first time, like, I don't know how this is gonna work. So, like, Ernie seems to be fairly concerned about all these tryouts. So, Alpha is to go on to realize that Jason and Zach are to seemingly be under attack by these putties, to where it's like, okay, we need to alert the other Rangers of what is going on here. So, Alpha and Zordon end up calling Trini, Billy, and Kimberly as they make their way to the locker room to be alerted that the park is to be running amok with the Sacadillo and the putties and and so on and so forth, and that the Rangers need to go on and meet up with one another to take care of this threat. So the rest of the Rangers meet up with Zach and Jason as they take out the putties, as Trini is with Roger to just make sure that he's okay. I'm like, good, clever writing that this Ranger ends up like trying to protect Roger the kid. And that's way better than them going on and just like, hey, just Roger, just keep a safe distance. No, because at some point these kids can get kidnapped, like the Kelly episode that happens later. So they take out the putties. Some good fight to be had by here by the putties. And we then have the Sacadillo that's still in a ball that disappears, and then the putties disappear. And Rita is like, well, hey, why is it that they had gone on and not done enough of anything? And why didn't they crush the Rangers here? So we go on to have the Rangers needing to go to the command center to find out about the Sacadillo. And we also had Roger, who was to tell the Rangers, hey guys, you were great. Like, but how about you go on to the command center so you can get teleported there so you can find out about this villain for this week? And the Rangers are like, okay, thanks, Roger. Thanks that you read the script, Roger. Anyways, so I like to just continue to just make that gag. That, like, the people are kind of inside behind the scenes knowing what's going on. So So the Rangers have to figure out what the heck the Sakadillo thing is as they make their way to the viewing globe. So they end up finding out that the Sakadillo is like uh, is beyond or behold uh, the Sakadillo is to be an amazing monstrous thing, and that the monster doesn't look the exact same thing as what they had seen in the park because of course it was just in a ball then. And Rita is feeding the Sacadillo energy to enable it to change its form. So, if anything, the longer and longer that this thing ends up kind of getting energy and charging itself, the more invincible and dangerous it will become. So, they go on and they ask, like, hey, Tommy, did you contact him, Zordon and Alpha? Any luck? Because eventually they're realizing that more than likely they're going to need Tommy to defeat the Sacadillo. So speaking of Tommy, Tommy is at detention because he is to try and coerce Miss Appleby to give him his communicator back. And so, as Tommy is to talk about Bulk and Skull is like, hey, Appleby doesn't give anything back when she takes it. And so Appleby appears like, hey, what are you doing here, Tommy? And Tommy's like, well, I want to ask if I can get my communicator back, which he goes on and gets returned to him. So, back with Zordon, Zordon is to talk about how the Sakadillo has reappeared just outside Angel Grove. And we can't seem to reach Tommy, so we can't wait any longer. Let's go. It's Morphin time-o. Let's go. Go Power Rangers. You know. So the Rangers morph to face off against the Suckadilla. And we go on to have the Rangers getting out-muscled and slashed by this Sakadillo. And like putting out some really good fights here. Some really good times. Some noodle salad. Tommy, here is where Tommy is kind of looking at the desk and he's like, should I open up this desk so I can get to my communicator? Should I just go on and morph and then get a watch later? Because morphing will go on and just help Tommy just get to the fight anyways. But regardless, uh, he needs that communicator. So the Rangers are facing off against this Sakadillo still, and the Rangers, it seems, are getting whooped so soon and tired quite so easily, and the creature is it's gaining strength rapidly, so they need to stop him fairly quickly. So the Rangers decide to get into a tower formation, this weird pyramid attack thing that they end up combining all of their power blasters into this weird connection of smattering together. And then they do this blast, and the Sakadillo ends up turning into a ball. And what good did that whole power formation do? A lick of nothing. So Sakadillo is to want to ask the Rangers if they want to play a little ball. As it seems this time around, the putties are to go on and take these balls and fling them, or in this case, rocks, fling them at the Rangers. and then the Sakadillo becomes a ball to attack the Rangers. Tommy gets his communicator back years later after he's seemingly an elderly Tommy and he's telling his grandchild about how he was a Power Ranger once. Different episode. Different episode. So Tommy ends up getting his communicator and talks to Alpha. And so they, of course, let him know what's going on. He ends up morphing. He gets into the fight. And Tommy's like, okay, good. I'm just in time, the nick of time to get into this, whatever we're doing here. So Jason and Tommy do this double fist power punch move. And the Rangers are going on and putting the boots to, of course, this monster now that Tommy has arrived. And of course, Rita goes on and flings her wand, make my monster grow. We then have the Rangers who whip out their fists, call for the Zords. Tommy used to magic food his way to get his Zord out, to get his Dragon Zord out, to whip it out. So, the Sacadillo is to get seemingly a little bit outnumbered when the Dragon Zord is to kind of whip with his tail here. And we have at some point where the Sacadillo is to become a ball when the Dragon Zord is to do its missile weapons from its fingertips. So Zack is to go on and say that we need to like pounce when the Sacadillo is to kind of no longer become a ball here. So and take out the power sword and defeat it that way. So they're waiting this out. And so as the Sacadillo is to go on and start to attack the Zords again, they're like, okay, we need the power sword. Get the power sword. Good slice. And Rita, of course, is upset about her minions again. Just upset because she is, of course. So now Zack and Jason are to find out if their hard work is going to pay off by finding that Roger is going to be so good at being El Capitan Soccer Man that he is to go on and somehow become from a nobody to the captain of this team, bizarrely. I don't get why, but like he is. So he becomes a captain of a secondary team because Ernie says, like, well, you know what, like all these players were good. I decided that I'm just gonna make two teams. Why didn't Ernie just do that in the first freaking goddamn place? But whatever. So Bulk and Skull end up coming in and they want to show their soccer expertise and show up this kid. But weirdly, Skull is to have this weird bit of goop upon his hand. So Skull is to supposedly be given a chance to show his great soccer skill. And so Skull goes on and flings this ball away to eventually have it come back at him and knocks him and Bulk over. Shakes fall on them. Whoopity doo. Like, of course, that's how they end the episode. Now we're at the episode of On Fins and Needles, the Slippery Shark episode. So Tommy is going on and having a elbow pad for a kid named Peter to just continue to kick here. And then there ends up being Melissa, who's to do her kata. And so Zach and Billy off to the side are just looking at Tommy and Jason like, hey, what a laugh, right? Like, these guys have to volunteer their time at this youth center to teach these kids how to do karate. Ha ha ha. We're just sitting over here and we're just the smarter of the group, right? That we don't have to do this bullshit. Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're saying. Like, man, what goobers, Tommy and Jason. They're just volunteering their time to just teach the youth of America how to just fight. You know? Anyways, so Tommy and Jason are going on and telling these kids, uh, as they're also just telling them that they're improving and this and that they should only go on to use self defense only when there is no other thing to resolve um, without fighting. That they need to fight then. And I'm just like, wait a minute. Like, it doesn't seem like Tommy and Jason go on and every week to week, like, just look at Rita and just be like, hey, Rita, I think we should reason with you. How about we have a truce? How about we figure out what works for you, what works for me, and we can just kind of call it a lighter week this week, huh? So, Finster is going on and needing to realize he's needing to make another monster this week, as Rita is to realize that those two guys make her sick. So Golar agrees, and uh, so they're like, okay, well, we need to make them enemies instead of friends. So Finster's like, well, hey, I have the boomerang monster. I can get that out for the boomerang and the slippery shark, and like we can do that this week. All right, okay, cool. So as Tommy and Jason are making their way through this park, and they're so happy that the kids are developing great and where they can go on and use this karate somewhere down the line to make them confident and discipline and this and that. So we have putties that are to appear here to face off against Jason and Tommy. And they end up having this boomerang with them. And at some point, I'm sure you can go on and watch the original review that I've gone on and done at this channel, because I don't think I'll remove that review. I'll just kind of keep it there just to accumulate views at some certain point. So you can get my original thoughts on this episode at some point if you want to go on and check out other Power Rangers reviews. So Tommy and Jason are going on and facing off against these putties, and these putties are flinging this boomerang. And so because Tommy needs to go on and catch this boomerang first, and then he gets shocked by it and he falls over. And Jason is asking, hey, Tom, are you okay? The one time that Jason actually is to be asking another person, because it seems like he cares, if someone else on the team is okay. God, I'm just grinding. Jason cares about someone other than himself. It's surprising. And Tommy's like, yeah, it was a little weird, but I'm okay. So then, eventually, the putty is to go on and fling this boomerang at Jason. Jason catches it. And it's a weird way of how he catches it. Like, it feels like they had to go on and just edit how he catches it. It's very weird. Like, as if they did it backwards. So, Jason catches it, and he gets electroshocked. And so, but Jason and Tommy just continue to face off against these putties. And here is where Jason and Tommy turn on one another. Where Tommy ends up turning to Jason like, well, I could have used some help here. And Jason's like, whatever. Like, yeah, whatever, Tommy. So Rita's going on of like, oh, okay, well, like, it seems that the little problem with these boys are working out in our favor. So Tommy and Jason continue to make their way through the park, and Jason is saying how Tommy should be history man, and Tommy is saying to Jason how uh, Jason thinks that everyone is helpless, but Jason. Uh, la. And Tommy is very much tired of Jason feeling that he's better than everyone else, even though he just fights alone by himself. So how is he better than anyone when he doesn't really work with anyone? And uh, and so Jason ends up saying, "It's well, hey, if you are sick of taking orders, like you take a hike." So Trini and Kimberly find out from Tommy as they make their way to Angel Grove High that Tommy is to quit doing the karate class because it seems that Jason is to tell Tommy that he's a quitter. He's a quitter. And like it just has them spiraling again to where Tree and Kimberly are just like, man, what is wrong with these two guys? So Bulk and Skull are overhearing the argument that both Tommy and Jason have, and they're wanting to take full advantage of it. So they're turning over to Jason, and they're saying it's like, well, hey, maybe the two of you need to settle this like men. And and so Tommy and Jason start to square off, and then Appleby comes in, and then they stop the fight. And then so Kimberly tells Appleby that like, oh, like Tommy and Jason are just practicing for something. And Appleby's like, ah, all right, well, okay. So Squat and Babu are telling Rita that her plan is working wonderful, and it's time for them to send the monster down. So Fencer ends up saying like, well, I think it's time for the slippery shark to must be ready. And so then the slippery shark appears. So it seems that slippery shark is to have quite a bit of speed on him compared to all the other monsters, so that might be to his benefit. So slippery shark is going on and like jumping up and down into the ground, and I thought this was really cool imagery. So we have Bulk and Skull, and they're putting tickets together for Jason and Tommy's fight. We even have some people that are asking for 20 tickets for this one fight, and Bulk is just like, here you go. So Alpha and Zordon are having warning sensors being sent out to try and track down this slippery shark, but it's really difficult. So as Bulk and Skull are trying to get Jason and Tommy into this youth center to face off against one another, we have Zack and the rest of the Rangers trying to separate Tommy and Jason because their watches end up going off. Their communicators end up going off. As well as also Zack before that is trying to get both Tommy and Jason to shake hands. Which of course Bulk wants Zack to go away. But so, as Zack again, like his communicator goes off and tells both Tommy and Jason, like, hey, we need to go. Like, this thing going off, so let's move. So, as the Rangers leave, now, like, everybody is upset because, like, well, hey, we're going to see a fight here. And Bulk and Skull is saying, like, well, hey, the fight is delayed. So, the Rangers make their way to the command center as, like, it's really kind of funny how, like, Tommy is just kind of pushing Alpha out of the way. And, and Alpha's like, well, hey, there's plenty of room, Tommy. And so they behold the viewing globe of this goofy, slippery shark monster. And they go on and they say that it's very hard for them to pinpoint this shark with their equipment because of how it goes underground and how it can fly through the air, and it has incredible velocity to do so. So, and also that it travels under the ground, and it only exposes its fin, tearing through the world. So, Billy, it seems, is to be relieved that he is to get over his fear of fish, and we again have both Tommy and Jason butting heads. Uh, we have Jason, who I believe ends up calling Tommy slow, and then it's being a bickering back and forth here. So Zordon ends up telling both Tommy and Jason that they are to go on and be under this spell, and that their anger is not real, and they have to use the ability to work together to defeat this shark. And if anything, like, I think here's Billy going on and saying, like, well, yeah, their power struggle is destroying our team spirit, yada yada yada. So Zordon is telling Jason and Tommy here to put their feelings aside and to work together. Uh, and so the rest of the team is like, well, hey, are we gonna do anything? And it's like, no, not until Tommy and Jason figure this out. So the rest of the Rangers are just gonna just be on standby. And it's well, like I guess we weren't doing anything anyways, but just finding out what this monster really is. So Tommy and Jason morph, and you can tell that this isn't Sentai footage because look at Tommy's costume. So we have them placing bets between one another as Tommy is to say, it's like, well, hey, if I beat this monster, I want to become leader of the Power Rangers. And Jason's like, well, hey, if I win, then you turn in your power coin and are done. So this slippery shark is flying, flipping all over the goddamn place. And so Jason is going on and trying to chase after this thing and is eventually going on and flipping and flopping all over the place to get to this thing. Tommy goes on and is racing after this thing also and is flipping and flopping. And we then have the shark that springs into action and attacks Tommy, but then goes back underground for, again, Tommy to be flipping and flopping. So, Jason, Tommy, looking at one another again, face to face, or helmet to helmet, and So the two Rangers are coming up with two different plans, and they're trying to figure out which one is going to be the better one. And so while they come up with their own individual plans, they both end up getting met together to try to figure out if they are to see the slippery shark again. And the slippery shark springs out, attacks, takes them down. And so finally, both Jason and Tommy relent that they need to work together and put their differences aside and combine the two different plans together for them to go on and beat this monster. So the slippery shark goes on to be underground, but then flies up. And so Jason springs off of Tommy and then delivers this net onto the slippery shark, which drops him onto the ground. And so they're like, all right, like our plan did work out. So uh the two of them high five. So after Tommy and Jason are to high five, the spell is to be broken, and the rest of the Rangers are to look on the viewing globe to find this event to be happening. They're like, all right, well, like I guess we can go on and at some point morph and help out the Rangers while Jason and Tommy are facing off against this foe. And obviously, while the Rangers are looking on, they realize that Tommy and Jason still need help facing off against the slippery shark. So the rest of the Rangers morph, and so as weirdly enough, the slippery shark is to have a fin again, which doesn't make any of the other Rangers like combative against one another. We go on to have the slippery shark at certain points go underneath the ground, and Zach's power axe goes on and blasts the slippery shark from the ground, and so they put together the Mega Blaster to then try and take out the slippery shark. But Rita ends up like, oh no. She throws her magic wand, makes my monster grow, and by the time that the Mega Blaster tries to fire, it completely misses the slippery shark. So, of course, the two Zords would be called the Dino Megazord and the Dragon Zord as Tommy flutes his way to call for a Zord. And so they end up calling for the Power Sword because logically, uh, the slippery shark ends up having his boomerangs. And so at some point in this battle, they figure out a way to destroy the slippery shark's boomerangs, and then they end up slicing him and taking him out. So now Tommy and Jason are back at the karate class. They're working together here. And Billy turns to the team. It's like, well, yeah, it's really reassuring to see Tommy and Jason working back together again. And so Bulk and Skull are now making their way to Tommy and Jason to be upset of the fact that there was a lot of people that tore their clothes and were upset by the fact that Tommy and Jason didn't fight. So Skull and Bulk want them to fight now. So Bulk and Skull throw fists, and both of them hit one another's fists, and they're like, ah. And Jason and Tommy are turning to their karate students and saying like, well, hey, like there definitely is better ways than fighting, and this is one of them. To just dodge the punches and let Bulk and Skull punch themselves. So that ends this episode. To get into the next episode, which is enter the Lizardnator, which of course we have the monster being the Lizardnator. So Kelly is to be on one of these cheerleaders in the youth center that are practicing to be a cheerleader, and Kimberly, it seems, has a background in being a really good cheerleader. To the point where consistently Kelly is to tell Kimberly how great she was at being a cheerleader in the past, which I'm like, so Tommy ends up becoming a football player, and Kimberly ends up becoming a cheerleader, and what is stereotypical about that relationship within these episodes? So, uh, so Kelly is going on and trying to do these cheers, and Tommy is turning to Kimberly and saying like, "Well, hey, it's nice that your cousin is trying out for this cheerleading," and Kelly is kind of being down on herself and saying like, "Well, it's obvious that I can't do this. It's too difficult. It's this and that." So Kelly's saying that the tryouts later, and and Kelly's worried that she doesn't have this down. And Kimberly is going on and showing Kelly like the cheer again, and Kimberly just kind of knows this cheer very well. So Rita, of course, the observant person who is to be like, oh, okay, all right, well, like we need to go on and find the perfect monster for Kimberly here, and we're gonna give her something to cheer about, definitely. So Finster is going on and figuring out this new monster, as Goldar is like, oh right, well, like obviously the terrible new monster is to be the Lizardnator, and so Babu and Squad are gonna have to go on and kidnap Kelly here. Who and uh and that Finster's going on and plotting away that uh the kidnapping of Kelly is going to distract the Rangers while the Lizardnator destroys. So Ernie is to go on and say that he needs some supplies downtown, and Jason is more than willing to go on and find them. So Kimberly again is with the rest of the Rangers, and now going on and practicing with Kelly. And so Kimberly is realizing that Kelly is so down on herself that she is so close to giving up and is now on this swing. And so Tommy and Kelly are telling her how like she's gonna have to go on and practice these routines again and again and again to get it right, because Kimberly had to go through the same thing. And so Babu and Squat are watching on, uh, realizing that since now Tommy and Kimberly are so much more alone, that like, well, hey, we need to send some putties out there. We need to send some patrol out there. So Tommy notices the putties at the playground. So now Kimberly and Tommy are gonna have to do some goofy, fun playground putty fights, as Kelly is to have to go off to the side. Uh, Best of note, Kimberly slides down this pole really cool. She is to be a pole slider. Tommy goes on and I think kicks one of the putties to go up the slide, which makes no logical sense. They had to reverse that shot, I'm sure. Babu and Squat find Kelly. They grab her. They kidnap her. They're kidnappers now. They should go to jail. So After Tommy and Kimberly face off against these putties, they realize that Kelly is gone. That Kidney is kidnapped. That Kelly is kidnapped. So Kelly is now with Squat and Babu, and they're in this cave somewhere. So Tommy and Kimberly run to Billy, Zach, and Trini to say, like, well, hey, guys, something's wrong. Something's going on. Something's going on with that Rita. She's going to have some good old bad plans for today, this week. So Jason makes his way to this site that has these boxes for Ernie. And Jason notices the Lizardnator crashing through this place, wreaking havoc. So Jason goes on and forgets about the boxes, and he morphs to face off against this threat. Jason notices that this monster is to be picking up this car and flinging it at him. And the Lizardnator goes on is to lift up Jason in a somewhat like Samoan drop. I would probably go on and call it Samoan drop, but that's probably not exactly what it is. Um, but that seems to be in my brain like what this Lizardnator does. Also, the Lizardnator ends up calling Jason a puny Power Ranger. Puny Power Ranger. Anyways, uh, Jason, I think, ends up getting tossed through some barrels here. And because Lizardnator is just wiping the floor with Jason, he's like, well, you know what? I'm going to wait around for a better challenge, so I'm going to get the heck out of here. So Jason and the rest of the team make their way to the command center for them to find out about the Lizardnator and that Kelly is getting kidnapped or had gotten kidnapped. So the Rangers are going on and looking at Tommy and like, guess what, Tommy? You're gonna get involved in this battle, but your powers are waning, so we have to go through all of that again to just be like, well, hey, are you going to get involved? Are you not going to get involved? So they have a computer analysis of this new creature, and they have this weird, goofy device, and they find that the Lizardnator is to be made up of some super metal, bizarrely. So, but that'll have to wait, that whole computer analysis thing, because they realize on the viewing globe that the Lizardnator is attacking yet again. So, they're realizing that the Lizardnator is attacking a part of another building and destroying the entire world. So, they have to go on and they have to all morph. So, the Lizardnator is getting distracted with wanting to lift up another car, but instead of actually lifting it up, it seems that the Lizardnator is to find the Rangers and have the putties attack them. So the Lizardnator is to go on and try to lift up this car again, and Jason ends up making his way to this car to then find that there is a putty inside and the putty is driving it. Jason's like, oh my god, like a putty could drive a car? And he almost gets hit by the car. And then he grabs on top of the car and he's being flung around while driving this car. So, the most dangerous move in Power Rangers is a vicious Hiya. That is the most dangerous move in Power Rangers, the vicious Hiya. So, the Lizardnator is to go on and realize that the Red Ranger is very passive, but I have something in mind that we can play with. So, the Lizardnator is going on and grabbing rocks and throwing them at Jason. And here is where Tommy comes into the fold and is helping Tommy, or is Tommy's helping Jason. So, asking him if he's all right. And so they're kind of contemplating continuing to fight with the Lizardinator because they're thinking that he's too strong. And Tommy takes it upon himself to face off against the Lizardinator because obviously Jason is hurt. So Tommy goes on and faces off against the Lizardinator while the rest of the Rangers go on and eliminate the putties. Kelly is going on and with Squat and Babu, and Squat and Babu are hoping that they're going to get some big reward from kidnapping Kelly. And Kelly is realizing what Kimberly had told her earlier in this episode. So Kelly's like, well, hey, I should come up with some kind of strategy to wear down both Babu and Squat. So Kelly's like, well, hey, like, do either one of you monsters want to learn some cheers? And bizarrely, they do. So back with Tommy OPing this Lizardinator. And so Jason now tells Tommy that's like, well, hey, like you did so well taking out this Lizardinator that we were able to take all the rest of the putties out. So here is where Rita throws her wand, makes the monster grow, and even gives a little time for the Rangers to do a little bit of duck and dodge from the monster's foot here. Really giving us a stupid camera angle that I don't think works that well. The Dragon Zord is to be called Magic Flute by Tommy. And we have the Lizardinator that takes the Dragon Zord and grabs it by the tail and starts swinging it around. So the Rangers then call for their own Zords as Kelly is doing cheers with Babu and Squat and tiring them out so much so that they no longer want to do these cheers and want to leave and sit down somewhere. And Kelly outsmarts the monsters here. So the Lizardinator is obviously overpowering these two Zords combined. And then he is to go on and do this super stink breath. So we, of course, go on to have the Power Rangers desperate to be calling for the Power Sword. And or no, they don't call for the Power Sword. I'm confused. They end up calling for Titanus to do the Ultra Zord. My bad. Because there is no other way to hope that anything that they're to accomplish here is going to penetrate the monster's skin. So they call for the Ultra Zord. The Ultra Zord wipes out this monster here, and uh, Zordon ends up asking if Alpha is to have found Kelly yet. And Alpha is to go on and state that the coordinates of Kelly are being transmitted to the Rangers now so they can find her. I think that might have been actually what the whole thing was earlier, where they were trying to use that device to track down Kelly. I'm not quite sure. Anyways, so the Rangers make their way to Kelly just in time for her to just be by her lonesome, and the Rangers end up telling Kelly that she's done a good job. So Kelly is to go on and do this cheerleading tryout where she is to dance. Where honestly, I had gone on and fast forwarded through this part because I'm like, I don't need to have anything in my notes of what she actually does, dances, and whatever, because this is just stupid. And there's a lot of times where at some points I'm like, I don't need to see this. I don't need to see this whole episode when it comes down to a dance. Like, what am I missing here? Nothing. So I fast forward through it. So they obviously like they're being so good to Kelly here, but I'm not because I fast forwarded through her little dance. Anyways, so Bulk and Skull go on and be like, well, like guess who decided to make the cheerleading tryouts? And so Kimberly goes on to tell Bulk and Skull uh, that their IQ is to be matching zoo animals, and that they should make their way down the street to this and that and whatever have you. So Bulk and Skull goes on and does a dance, then ends up ripping Bulk's pants, and they shuffle off. They disappear. So at the end of all this, uh, we have Kimberly and we have Trini. Uh, they high five one another. The episode ends. Now we end up getting to the football season episode. Good God, are we not done yet? Oh my God. We are not even close. We are 2 episodes left still after this one. Good God, this is taking forever. This is taking so freaking long. This is probably going to take like 4 hours to do this one review. I am sorry, but it's going to take a freaking long time to get this one done. Football season with Rhino Blaster. Yeah. Great episode. Just want to skip. We have the football player putties, whatever that means. So, uh, Jason is supposedly getting Tommy psyched for the football season, and Bulk and Skull are also to be psyched about the football season as Skull is to go on and have this sack of potatoes for Bulk to seemingly run his distance of hallway to try and tackle, and accidentally he falls and tackles the principal, because of course he does. So Tommy is to turn to Skull like, well, I guess uh, Bulk here is gonna be more experienced with football than I am. I hate these kind of episodes where we have the Ranger who's like, well, yeah, cause Zach I think does the exact same thing in one of these episodes where he's like, man, like Bulk is going to be more skilled than I am at doing whatever I'm doing. Oh, it's the dance episode where Zach is to consistently just say that he's going to be bad at dancing, the one thing that he has to be good at, and he eventually does be good at. And just, it's the same kind of episode. What lazy writing again with the writers? Good God. How many times do I have to go on and just laugh at these writers and just being like, man, how is it you guys have gone on to write this show for so long? But I'm sure writing for a show is very difficult. It really is. It really is. I'm throwing shade, but I'm also saying that writing for a show is very difficult. Everyone, whoever is to work on a show, says that. And then also, any number of people will probably go on and say, hey man, how about you write for a show? I get it. But anyways, so here's where we go on and we have a bunch of football humor where people are going on and saying slap down or smackdown or whatever instead of actually saying touchdown. It's annoying. Uh, they have to have this stupid humor. So Golar is setting up to Rita and Babu and Squat that, hey, this monster this week is going to be uh, a Rhino Blaster. Great, awesome, cool. So we have Tommy that is talking to both Trini and Kimberly, and he's a little nervous because he can't help thinking that the football tryouts are not going to go out are not going to go well. And Kimberly and Trini are telling Tommy, it's like, well, it seems that you're a natural athlete. Like, I think you go on and do well at football practice. So Tommy is saying like, well, I don't know if karate and football are gonna mesh well together because Tommy has spent so much of his life doing karate instead of any other sports. So here is where Ernie comes out of the shadows and being like, well, hey, kid, like, I have been a fullback for football, and I think I can teach you a thing or two. So Bulk and Skull come out of the shadows, and Bulk is wearing a tutu, needing to go on and learn how to be a ballerina, so that way he can become a better football player. And it's like, yeah, you definitely need to go on and learn the ballet so you can become a better football player. So Kimberly turns to Tommy and it's like, well, hey, like me and the gang are gonna go on and play some flag football. Maybe you should go on and play with us, Tommy. And Tommy's like, well, yeah, like that does sound great, but like I think I want to go on and get some pointers with Ernie instead of playing flag football. So weirdly enough, Ernie's pointers are just for Tommy to drop down and do some push-ups, and then Ernie is to give him a actual foot drill, like a foot movement drill, where he's kind of just shuffling back and forth here. And at some point, Tommy is to just to like do like a karate stance, and then he's like shuffling back and forth. And so now we have the football a game going on here. I don't want to go every bit through everything that happens here, but there is obviously some certain times where there is to be ball to be thrown, or some people are to be scrambling away the ball. Like I think Zach ends up getting the ball away from Jason, and then Billy ends up getting the ball away from Jason to throw to Zach or to throw to Jason, and he end zones it and what have you. So Ernie ends up getting this tackle dummy for Tommy to need to tackle, and I'm like, man, like the way of where he has this dummy set up, I'm like, man, Tommy could really get injured, but whatever. So Tommy goes and runs up to the dummy and then kicks it. It's like, dude, don't kick it, freaking tackle it. So he tackles it, and then he falls backwards, and Tommy's looking at Ernie. He's like, I don't know about this, Ernie. So Bulk and Skull are now in detention, and still, Bulk is trying to learn more ballet to be light on his feet, and he ends up having to have this book on top of Bulk's head to learn balance. Trini ends up catching this football. Jason also ends up catching this football, flying into air, and so we continue this whole football thing for way too long. So we finally get putties to break up this whole thing. And like there's some cool spots here uh where Billy is like running away from all the putties behind him. Trini ends up flipping one of the putties for then a bunch of like Billy and putties to just be like jumping over this putty or jumping onto the putty to just kind of fly off. Uh, After the Rangers are to defeat all of the putties, they end up getting a call from Zordon. We redo Zordon. Uh, the Rangers end up needing to go to the command center because, of course, they do. Uh, this is to, of course, have them go to the viewing globe to get told about the Rhino Blaster. And that the Rhino Blaster is to be their quarterback of their team, and he's quick on his feet and he's very cunning. And it's all about the football team against team idea, where the Rangers would have to face off against the Rhino Blaster and his team of football putties. So Zordon tells the Rangers that the Rhino Blaster is to be very vicious and very strong. So they go on to morph and face off against him. So we then have appearing the football putties. So we have the Rangers that are to be tackling said football putties, and then the putties end up flinging the Rangers away from them. The putties end up having these bladed weapons or these balls to then attack the Rangers. And the Rangers, it seems, end up getting by the Rhino Blaster to be caught in this weird dimensional warp thing. And Zordon is now going on and talking to Alpha. It's like, well, hey, like, I guess the Rangers are lost in some dimension, and our worst fears have been realized. We need to go on and uh, we need to uh, call Tommy, which of course Tommy has his communicator in his bag because, good God, this man always keeps his communicator in his bag. So after Tommy seems to be doing well off of this bike, and Ernie's impressed and is saying that Tommy has good endurance, Tommy then makes his way to his bag to then investigate his communicator to find that he is to be called by Zordon, and he needs to make his way to the command center for him to go on and find out what's going on. So Zordon is to tell Tommy about how his powers are weakening even more, but uh, that he has to chance it to take on and help out the Power Rangers. So he hopes that the power will protect Tommy. So Tommy goes on and takes on these putties and the Rhino Blaster. So uh, Tommy is to go on and take out a bunch of these putties and then turn to the Rhino Blaster and state how he had taken out the Rhino Blaster's whole defensive line. And the Rhino Blaster's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, you're going to have to face off against me, which then has, of course, Rita throw her wand, make the Rhino Blaster bigger. And so we then go on to have the Dragon Zord being called. And so there's a duking out between the Dragon Zord and the Rhino Blaster. And so Alpha and Zordon eventually figure out that the Dragon Dagger is to be the key to free the Rangers. So, but supposedly the Rhino Blaster has to go on and blast Tommy to get the Dragon Dagger to be flung into where all the other Rangers are. So, uh, Tommy is to go on and be called by Zordon to have to trick Rhino Blaster into doing what they need him to do. So Tommy ends up telling the Rhino Blaster that he realizes now that the Rhino Blaster can't be stopped. So now all that Tommy needs is to let him be sent to where all the rest of his other Rangers are, which then goes on to have uh, the Rhino Blaster blast this bit of smoke out of his mouth, then have Tommy hope that this throw works, and it does. Tommy then goes into the Dragon Zord and commands it, and faces off against the Rhino Blaster. So there's a bunch of sports analogies here, like the home team taking the field and this and that. So Tommy ends up starting to lose power and he starts to go down. And so he falls, and that then leaves to the Dino Megazord to then appear, and Tommy ends up getting back his dagger so he can go on and fight with the Rangers yet again. So Jason ends up calling for the Mega Dragon Zord for them to go on and have an energy blast to wipe out this monster. And so Rita, I'm sure, is upset again for this loss. I'm sure she's crying and boo-hooing, or saying that she has a headache or some bullshit. So the principal, excuse me, the principal here is calling out all the names of everyone who is to have gotten drafted to this football team. But it seems that he had dropped one paper that has some of the names. So after Billy, Jason, Zach end up getting called, and a number of just no name, faceless people, sadly enough, we then go on and have someone notice that one of the pieces of paper has gone missing. So they give it to the principal, and he says the rest of the names. And so Bulk ends up showing up, and then Tommy ends up showing up. And Tommy is to eventually make his way back with the rest of the Rangers, and they're huddled up together somewhat. And Billy is saying to Tommy how he's like so happy that he's made the team, he's made the cut, so on and so forth. So this is now the Mighty Morphin Mutants episode. So this is where Tommy is to go on and be forgetful. So, and the monster is to be the Commander Crayfish monster, whatever. Let's get on with this. So, Tommy is to forget his notebook in his locker, and so he grabs to it. He grabs to it, then runs to his class where, of course, he is to be late. We have both Bulk and Skull that are saying, like, well, hey, like, are you just being late to class, or are you trying to be early for class tomorrow? We have at one point where Appleby is to state for this class assignment is to go on and try to find people who know the students have a fault and to figure out a way to correct it. And Bulk and Skull are to say, it's like, well, what if we're like perfect and like there's nothing about us that really needs to change? And Tommy then turns to Bulk and Skull. It's like, well, I'm sure I can help you figure out some kind of problem that you have. And Bulk turns to Tommy. It's like, well, okay, Tommy, come lately. So Rita is to come up with a plan because the Green Ranger is weakening now. So they want to come up with the badges of darkness to eventually become evil putty rangers. So the putties will turn into mutants and turn into Power Rangers. So Jason starts to go on and face off against Tommy in a sparring match, and it seems that Tommy is very unfocused again. Like he had gone on and been unfocused when he had faced off against Zach when Tommy was wanting to go on and ask Kimberly out on a date. So as Jason is going on and grabbing a towel and grabbing a drink, we consistently have Tommy who's like, well, hey, I forgot my towel, I forgot my drink. Do you have one? Do you have an extra one? And so Tommy's talking about this assignment. He's trying to figure out what his fault is, and Jason's like, dude, I can immediately tell you what your fault is. Like, you're very forgetful. So Tommy turns to Trini and Kimberly and is like, well, like, do you think that I'm very forgetful? And we have Kimberly like, well, like, you forgot about your notebook in your locker. And Tommy's like, well, yeah, I've probably forgotten about all the things that I've been forgetful about. So Kimberly turns to Tommy. It's like, well, hey, maybe we'll figure out ways for you to remember stuff, and that'll be just like a fun experiment for us. So, and Trini's like, well, yeah, we're gonna make it very memorable for you. So, Goldar is to go on and try and make the putties practice and go on to make them become better fighters. And Golar is consistently looking at number 6, who is supposed to become the Red Ranger, and he is not good enough. So Goldar ends up going on to give some of the putties badges, but not all of them. And he then goes on and is to tell number 6 that like he needs to go back to the drawing board because he's going to get destroyed. And so there ends up being technically 5 rangers here, and then the commander Crayfish is going to be the 6th ranger. So here is where Bulk ends up saying to Tommy that he's Tommy come lately. So they the Rangers end up going and talking to Bulk and Skull, and it seems that Bulk and Skull have nobody that has told them yet what their fault is. And so Trini, Kimberly, and Tommy tell Bulk and Skull, it's like, well, hey, like maybe you should go on and be nicer and be gentlemen and wear nicer clothes, and like maybe like that'll be your assignment. And Tommy says like, well, hey, if you don't figure out what your fault is, you're gonna get an F on the class. I'm sure the principal will hate that you had gone on and gotten another F on this class. So Rita's going on and watching Goldar, and so Golar is to say that the mutants are ready for them to face off against Tommy and Kimberly. So as Tommy and Kimberly make their way to meet up with these mutants, Kimberly asks Tommy if they should morph, and Tommy's like, "Oh no! Like we should just kind of like see what's going on here." So Tommy faces off against his doppelganger, and Tommy's doppelganger is saying like, "Well, hey, does this look familiar to you?" And Kimberly's doppelganger is saying like, "Well, hey, like it's like looking in a mirror, only not." So the doppelgangers face off against Kimberly and against Tommy. Tommy is facing off against his doppelganger. It's like, man, these guys are hardcore. So Tommy gets kicked by his doppelganger, and so their doppelgangers take both of them down and then leave. So the rest of the rest of the Rangers, as well as Tommy and Kimberly, make their way to the command center. to find out about what's going on this week, about the badges of darkness and the putties being turned into evil clones, and so on and so forth. Everything that had happened throughout the episode. So we have a one point where Alpha ends up talking about her tubes trembling. I'm like, okay, that's a little weird. That's a little TMI. It's a little TMI, Alpha. So we have Billy that gives Tommy a device that is to go on and help him with his memory problems. And at some point, the device goes haywire, but at least Tommy will have this device in the meantime to help him out. So Alpha and Zordon are fighting on the viewing globe the crayfish creature that is to appear, and they're to realize that this is to be the leader of the mutant rangers and on the monitor there. So we have the monster, we have the putties, and Tommy and Kimberly and Zach and Billy are at the lockers. And here is where Tommy's device that is to tell him what to remember is starting to go haywire. And Tommy is to state how he is to have forgotten his homework. So Zordon is to go on and tell Alpha that the Rangers need to get contacted immediately. And so Jason ends up getting the Rangers with the exclusion of Tommy together to like, okay, we need to talk. What's going on? So Zordon is to tell the Rangers that Rita has sent a special monster down. It's the Commander Crayfish, and it has made its way to Angel Grove shoreline. So the Rangers go on to morph and make their way to face off against this crayfish, but he's not alone. The putties all go on to morph and become their evil doppelgangers, where we have the evil versions of the Rangers having these weird, goofy, fun things to say, these one-liners, and so the Rangers face off against one another. The Black Ranger fights against the Black Ranger, the Blue fights the Blue, the Pink fights the Pink. Tommy makes his way back to his locker as he had forgotten his communicator in the locker, and so he ends up getting called by Zordon, and so Zordon is to tell Tommy to hurry to the Angel Grove shoreline, and so Tommy then morphs, makes his way to the shoreline, and Tommy faces off against Commander Crayfish, but then Crayfish is to remind Tommy that hey, like you have a doppelganger too, so I'm gonna get you to meet him. So weirdly enough, this evil doppelganger seems to have the Sword of Darkness, which supposedly had gotten destroyed. Oddly enough, but this evil doppelganger has this. So the Commander Crayfish goes on to combine all of the evil doppelganger weapons to make the Mega Blaster, and so that ends up having the Power Rangers need to teleport out of there uh, because they need help. So Zordon goes on and gives the Rangers better weapons, but it's weapons that look the exact freaking same as they've always ever had. But it's like, oh no, these weapons are just stronger. Just go out there and just face off against these monsters, and you'll figure out how strong they actually are. So, back at the fight, Commander Crayfish faces off against Jason. Green faces green, black faces black, blue faces blue, yellow faces yellow, pink uh, fires a bow at pink, and they cancel one another out. So now we again get the Power Rangers to then uh, duo Mega Blaster one another, and we have at this point where Rita is to toss the magic wand to make her monster grow. And so not only is the crayfish becoming giant, but then also the evil putties are as well. So the Dino Megazord and the Dragonzord are fluting their way to be called. So it's now a 4-on-2 scenario here, but it seems that that doesn't seem to really have a huge, massive problem with these Zords, as we have at one point where uh, it seems that the evil putties are going on and doing a good job at taking down the Dragonzord here. Uh, but Tommy is to tell the Dragonzord to use its tail whip to take down these evil putties. So Commander Crayfish decides that he is going to go on and hover over top of all these Rangers and have the Rangers carry him around. And they're realizing, like, oh my god, he can just blast all of us, and like we can't go on and get to him, which is kind of stupid in my eyes, but that's what happens. So Commander Crayfish blasts away, and so now the Rangers are desperate to call for Titanus to get the Ultrazord to then try and take down Commander Crayfish and the doppelganger putties, or the evil doppelganger putties. So Rita is like, I can't believe it. This is it. Like they've done us in again. Like, of course they have. So Tommy goes on in his estate that there wasn't much that any of these things could do to help him change his fault. That really, I guess the Rangers are just to be happy that it's like, well, like we tried, but uh, but if anything, I guess Tommy's forgetfulness is just who he is, and that's what makes him so unique. So, and that his friends accept him for who he is. So, Bulk and Skull show up in nicer clothes, but they're both wearing the exact same thing, and they're now having goatees and mustaches. It's very weird. So, Skull and Bulk make their way to be giving Mrs. Appleby a gift, but she has her nails just done, so she can't open up this present. So, Bulk and Skull are now forced to open the present, which ends up being a string uh, God, what is it called? Confetti, not confetti. silly string. So they're getting silly string all over the goddamn place. And Appleby goes on and looks at Bulk and Skull. It's like, yeah, those guys never change. And the Rangers laugh this off. And so now we're on to the very last episode, an oyster stew. So we have Tommy, we have Zach, and they're bench pressing here. And Bulk and Skull are going on, and they have an audition for them to become musicians at a restaurant eventually in this episode. And it seems that they don't have much thought about what they're going to say as far as singing is concerned, because they end just saying the same things over and over again throughout this entire episode. They don't come up with anything more. And I think they also had gone on to probably come up with the exact same lyrics at some point earlier in the show, and I probably don't remember it. So Zach is going on and talking about how Angela has a birthday coming up and how he wants to go on and do something really special for her. And he's thinking about getting pearl earrings for her. And they're like, well, hey, like, I don't think you have the money for that kind of thing. What about a singing telegram? What about getting her flowers? And Zach is like, well, like, some of those are kind of boring, but yeah, maybe the singing telegram, if I get her the pearl earrings, will even be way better. Uh, so, and then also Zach thinks, like, if it'll go on and work out with Angela, that maybe uh, Kimberly, Tommy, and Zach and Angela can double date. So Rita is to go on and be like, well, hey, it seems that Zach is really interested in getting some pearl earrings, so maybe we should go on and come up with a pearl monster uh, to equate that uh, to help Zach out, to tie into the theme of what's going on here with the whole pearl earrings thing. So they realize that they need to go on and release the Echo Side Pearl, and that ends up being the monster for this week. The uh, Oyster Sizer. The Oyster Sizer, whatever that means. So, God, that's going to be a freaking awful name to pronounce. I'm probably just going to call the monster Oyster for this whole episode, just to figure out a way to just quicker say all this garb. So Zach goes on to be at his locker and finds Angela. So Zach is to go on and say to Angela, it's like, well, it seems that you're celebrating a birthday here fairly soon. How about I take you out for your birthday? And it seems that Kimberly is to go on and agree to this, but Zach is to say to Angela, it's like, well, I just want you to know that also, like, Kimberly and Tommy are also coming as well on this date. So Angela's like, well, I guess this might be fun. Where exactly are we going? And Zach is to go on and talk about this French cafe. Probably the exact same French cafe that he had talked about episodes before when he was talking about the possibility of dating this girl. So Zach isn't exactly in the date department very creative, but neither am I probably for a lot of dates. I'm to probably go on and be a very simpleton when it comes out to dates, where it's just like I don't know, like let's go out to eat somewhere, or let's go somewhere and walk, or just go to places and just like not have to think about that we have to like find the best possible date to go to, because that is just so freaking like mind-numbingly difficult. So but Zach seems to know French, and that'll go on and not really work in his favor throughout this episode. So but Zach ended up asking out Angela. It worked out. He's like, all right, mission accomplished. So now Zach has to go on and find out where pearl earrings are, but he'll find out that they're not quite that cheap. Because of course they aren't. So Rita is to go on and say that that she believes that it's a think about that she thinks it's about time to awaken uh, the oyster sizer monster. And so and then also to come up with the pearl of stillness to be given to Zach, to then force a number of people all to be stoned. Not stoned. They'll be stoned. Uh, so we then have Zach that is making his way to the classic design jewelry place to then find out, man, like pearls are really expensive. Yeah, of course they are. So all of a sudden, Zach stumbles upon this dark alleyed, shady dude that is to conveniently be able to answer Zach's problem of needing pearl earrings. And the very first thing that this guy goes on and says, like, well, hey man, like, I have some pearl earrings for you. He doesn't go on and say, like, hey man, I have like all this other jewelry and all these things here. No, he just goes right to the pearl earrings and just mentions that. And it's like, dude, like, you're kind of showing your hand here that bizarrely you just know that this guy needs this. It's very weird. It's very shady. Zach should have thought twice about that. So Zach is like, well, I don't know if I can probably afford any of this. And the guy is going on and stating that it's like, well, like this belonged to my dear departed wife. And like he's telling this whole sob story. And she fell in love with me because I gave her these earrings. And so it's a love charm. And Zach is like, oh my God, this is a love charm. It's like, take my money. So Zach is so excited that he got these earrings that he's gonna go on and show them to his friends. And so this guy goes on and is to have sold Zach these earrings, and then he changes into a putty. So Kimberly, Zach, Angela, Tommy. Oh, Jesus, my bad. My battery on my phone is very low, so it scared the crap out of me. So the four of these people go on to make their way to this French place where Zach is to have to go on and order for everyone because he, I guess, out of everyone, knows the most French. And eventually, what he orders will not be good food. So Trini, Jason, and Billy make their way to face off against Putties as as both Zordon and Alpha are to talk about the that they are to have known about the summoning of the ectocycle pearl whatever monster thing, and that there is a awakening of the oyster sizer, uh, and they are to try to figure out and pinpoint the location of said monster, which seems will also force our rangers to be fighting underwater, which will be really cool because of course the Zeo Rangers, I guess, had a weakness to water. So, anyways, and then also we have the Alien Rangers who are in Aquatar and Water World. Anyways, so uh back with Zach. Zach is to now order his frog legs as Angela's like, well, like I'm just waiting for my food to cool down because no one really wants to eat any of this food. We have Billy, Trini, and Jason here, and they end up getting called by Zordon, and here bit I actually know what is actually to be said here. Uh, Let me go on and let me just take a second here because god dang it, I ended up kind of clicking away too soon here. Uh, all right. Um, F it. Let's just go on here. So Uh, back at the restaurante, Bulk and Skull are to be tonight's musical entertainment, as they're to go on and have like Bulk and Skull being like, "Oh no, we don't want to perform for you," but then Bulk and Skull are like, "Well, like we kind of have to because we're employed and we kind of want to show that we're good at this." So they go on and they perform here, and nobody at this table likes this performance. And so Zach goes on and gives Angela this gift, and Angela's like, "Dude, like, what is this gonna do? Is this gonna explode? Come on!" So Zach is like, "Just open it." Zach opens it, or Angela opens it, and it's the earrings. And so the French waiter is to bring this cake around, and he drops the cake on to the table that the Rangers are at. So they end up just trying to like uh, brush themselves off, and both Tommy and both Zach make their way to the restroom to clean themselves off. So Trini, Billy, and Jason are to be aware of what's going on, so they're rushing to try and get to Angela to tell her not to put on the earrings, so they don't go on and make people into statues. So sadly enough, both Kim and both Angela are to be sitting here at this table, and Angela puts on the earrings as Billy, Jason, and Trini try to stop them, but it's too late. Everybody turns into statues. Zach and Tommy realize what a mistake that they have made, and so Tommy and Zach make their way to the command center. Uh, we then have to have Zordon tell both Zach and both Tommy about the oysterizer and the ectosides pearl and whatever and what have you. And so they're getting told that they're going to have to fight the Megazord in the sea or underwater. And they're like, okay, like we've never had that before. Like, this is going to be interesting to see how that's going to play out. So Zordon ends up telling Tommy that his powers, of course, are temporary. And Tommy's like, well, it's worth taking the risk. So Tommy, Jason, they morph, and so they face off against this oysterizer. And we have the oysterizer that blasts this acid gel on Zach. Zach goes down, and so Tommy finds Zach, and Zach is tell Tommy, it's like, hey, get away from me. Like, I have this acid gel all over me still. And Tommy is like, oh, well, like, since you have this acid gel on you, how about you just take my shield? And then, unfortunately for Tommy, as Tommy's fighting this oysterizer, Tommy gets the exact same gel on him. But Tommy is to be so selfless that he gives Zach the shield for Zach to then heal, for then Zach to go on and face off against this oysterizer. And for how Zach is to face off against this oysterizer, it ends up temporarily breaking the spell that Angela is to go on and have with these earrings, and that Zach returns to Angela, and so Zach tries to go on and explain, and then Angela's upset with Zach. So Zach is to just go to the Rangers and explain that there's a big problem going on. It's like, well, yeah, we already know. And it's like, okay, well, we need to head to the beach. and we need to face off and find this ectoside pearl underwater. So they end up all morphing. They go underwater to find this pearl, and they're like, okay, guys, we need to get rid of this pearl while we have the chance. They go on and they do uh, the head energy blast that destroys the pearl, and then they end up finding out the oysterizer, and they of course go on to realize that, like, well, we're not really good at fighting monsters underwater because we haven't really done this before. But if anything, the Dragon Zord is more better at it, so we should go on and call Tommy to get the Dragon Zord to face off against this thing. So the Dragon Zord is called. The Dragon Zord goes underwater to take the Oysterizer and bring him back to the surface, to where the Oysterizer goes on and is to have these seemingly weapons that go on as a chain weapon to grab the Dragon Zord. Is now kind of pulling the Dragon Zord around here. So the Dino Megazord makes its way back to the surface to find out that the Dragon Zord is now kind of fallen down here. And we have the Dragon Zord that also uses his missile fingers. And the Oysterizer ends up going on and I think he ends up go. How does he get defeated here? How does he get defeated? Man, did I make some bad notes here. I'm assuming he gets freaking sliced. Do they Ultra Zord him? Do they Ultra Zord and kill him? I don't know. Like, my notes are just kind of wonky here. Um, but if anyways, now we are back at the youth center. I may have to pause this and I may have to go on and rewatch that episode to just kind of figure out how it ends. Yeah, a bit of my notes just kind of got lost here in the shuffle. So the Megazord does go on and slice the Oysterizer, killing it indefinitely. So Zach is now try to go on and still woo Angela here, and he has gone on to get flowers, and the Rangers are telling Zach, it's like, dude, like, money can't buy love. Like, come on, Zach. Like, try and go on and try to just win her over a different way. And Zach brings Bulk and Skull over for them to perform, but not exactly sing. But they'll sing anyways because Zach is to give Angela this love ballad that she absolutely loves. The two of them kiss, and so Bulk and Skull just take upon themselves to do their own little rendition of this song, and the rest of the Rangers start laughing at him, and the episode ends. Thank God. Let's get out of here. I'll have to fuse all these clips together because for some reason they kept stopping. So goodbye, everybody. Bye, everybody.